माइक अभी ऑफ, माइक ऑफ कर दो, माइक ऑफ कर दो।
Okay. Hello everyone. Good morning. Hello everyone. Good morning. And thank you so much for joining us. I know it's quite a few people in the room, but never mind. We can still have a fruitful discussion today. So let me allow me to introduce myself. I am Nazia Ahmed, Head of Operations, Partnerships and Program Implementation at the Sunway Center for Planetary Health, and I am glad to be the moderator for this session today. So it's an important discussion, an important topic that we are going to talk about, which is the Advancing Global Health, Bridging the Planetary Health Roadmap and World Health Summit agenda. So this session is basically going to focus on and spotlight how the Planetary Health Roadmap and Action Plan can strengthen global health initiatives, global health governance, and catalyze transformative change. We are fortunate to have quite a few good speakers for this session specifically, but only one of them will be joining us in person and the others will be joining us virtually. So let me get started with the discussion with a fabulous and kickstart keynote speech by our one and only Dr. Jamila Mahmood, Executive Director of Sunway Center for Planetary Health, Sunway University. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, everyone, and a big thank you to those who are online. For Hannah and Yelena, I know it's very late at night, so thank you for being here. And I think the fact that we have people in the room, I know this is going to be really important in the discussions, something that is very close to our heart. So let me get straight to the point. Almost exactly a year ago, the Sunway Center for Planetary Health, where Hanazia and I work, hosted the 2024 Planetary Health Summit and 6th annual meeting, the first of its kind in Asia. So we're very honored to do that and grateful for the Planetary Health Alliance in supporting our hosting this very important event. But more importantly, we're very proud to see our commitment articulated through the Kuala Lumpur Call to Action on Planetary Health that is helping to crystallize the movement towards a more strategic and action-oriented approach to planetary health. Often you come to these very large meetings and it's unclear what you take away. People take away different things. But in the lead up to our summit, we actually worked with more than 100 people from around the world who gave inputs on what a roadmap could look like. We know the issues, we know the global health problems, but how do we solve them? And I think that's why a roadmap becomes really important. And that roadmap addresses 4 core themes: governance, business, education, and communications. And tomorrow, we will spotlight the governance track. So for those who are interested, please attend that tomorrow. But for today, we will share insights from our business, education, and communications working groups and highlight the work of our South and Southeast Asia Regional Hub, a guiding light for advancing the roadmap. This session itself, Advancing Global Health, Bridging the Planetary Health Roadmap and the World Health Summit Agenda, reflects our belief that the Global South must now lead. I was very for we negotiate cost justice. Cost justice. It's to join friendly businesses, enhancing communication and behavioral change, and securing sustainable financing for long-term planetary health development. By embedding planetary health principles across sectors, Malaysia is taking a holistic approach to public policy, corporate practice, and individual behavior. The plan emphasizes cross-sector collaboration, government, civil society, academia, and business to tackle the root causes of environmental degradation and public health risks in a clear, coordinated manner. This is further reflected in the Higher Education Blueprint and the 13th Malaysian Plan, the next 5-year economic development plan that places planetary health and sustainability as crucial pillars for growth and development of the nation. I mentioned earlier about education. We're very proud that at Sunway University, planetary health and sustainability are mandatory subjects in the undergraduate program. With the Higher Education Blueprint, planetary health and sustainability becomes mandatory in all universities in Malaysia. And I think this is a great achievement. We believe this bold plan positions Malaysia as a global leader, and if we can do it, so can other countries in the Global South. We must set a precedence for other nations in our region and beyond. By aligning national strategies with global planetary health goals, we aim to protect biodiversity, ensure the resilience of our ecosystems, and enhance well-being for current and future generations. The action plan provides a framework for sustainable development that harmonizes human prosperity with ecological balance. We're showing that innovation and leadership can thrive without waiting for the developed world to show us how. This regional meeting must reflect this reality. As our hosts have said, we must build strong and lasting regional relationships that keep our people and the people of the world safe. In times of uncertainty, leadership will emerge. We need to ensure that it is the right leadership and that is from our regions. Malaysia is very proud to lead the power shift. Through our ASEAN chairmanship this year, we are working to position Southeast Asia as a region of the future, a leading light for global health. Complacency costs lives. Even if others step back from global health commitments, threats will end up finding all of us. I urge you all to move forward. Memorial, it's really worth going. It's such a beautiful place. The difference between what we do and what we are capable of doing would suffice to solve most of the world's problems. Now we need to be inspired by his words. We need to take real action on that and believe that we can build a safer, healthier, and more just world for future generations. It must begin with us. So thank you for your time. I will join you later to talk about communications, but I really look forward to the discussions today. Over to you, Nazia.
Thank you, Dr. Jamila, for that inspiring keynote. You have powerfully set the stage and for the exploration of how planetary health roadmap and action plan can make not only as a framework, but also how we can step up and move towards achieving the vision that we have. Your remarks have brought into sharp focus the opportunity we have to align planetary health with the core mission of the World Health Summit, to advance health as global public good through equity, sustainability, and systems transformation. Thank you, Dr. Jamila, for joining us, your wisdom on communications in the panel discussion as well. So the panel brings an excellent mix of perspectives. They are joining us virtually, and I look forward to weaving their insights together as we consider the future of planetary health in our region and beyond. But before that, allow me to introduce our first first panelist, Dr. Jamila, who brings decades of experience in humanitarian response, health diplomacy, and systems transformation. She has been instrumental in shaping global planetary health movement. Dr. Jamila is a medical professional with more than 2 decades of experience managing crisis in health, disasters, and conflict settings. She is also an adjunct professor at University Malaya, the sustainability advisor at AAsia, and the national advisor of the Malaysian Red Crescent Society. Globally, she is a member of the board of Roche in Switzerland and the Norwegian Refugee Council, a member of the World Economic Forum's Global Futures Council of Responsible Resource Use, and a global ambassador for the Humanitarian Grand Bargain. She currently co-chairs the World Economic Forum Steering Committee on Climate and Health. Please join Dr. Jamil here for the panel discussion. My second panelist for today is Prof. Parvez Ahmed. He is the Director of Institute for Global Strategy and Competitiveness at Sunway University, Malaysia. Prof. Parvez is interested in innovation and strategic dynamics of entrepreneurial change, emphasizing moral responsibility, particularly ethics of care and sustainability. He has published over 200 articles in international journals with multiple academic awards for his research. He has served as editor and sits on the editorial board for several international journals. He has been involved in the government of Dubai's Public Sector Innovation and Improvement Initiative. He has also served on projects commissioned by Malaysia's Economic Planning Unit, the Ministry of International Trade, and the Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation Secretariat. Our next speaker is Dr. Elena Malugatsky. She is the Education Director at Planetary Health Alliance, Bloomberg School of Public Health, Johns Hopkins University, States of America. Dr. Elena focuses on forging partnerships to drive the inclusion and expansion of planetary health education across medical, nursing, and public health programs. Her work is driven by the urgency of addressing a growing array of environmental threats that significantly affect human health outcomes. She aims to ensure that next generation of health professionals is equipped with the necessary knowledge and skills to anticipate, mitigate, and respond to the health challenges arising from the health crisis. Our final speaker for the day is Ms. Hannah Turley, who is the Partnership Coordinator at Planetary Health Alliance, Bloomberg School of Public Health, Johns Hopkins University. She focuses on collaborating the regional hubs and building connections. Prior to joining PHA, Hannah's work focused on HIV research and implementation. However, her interest in planetary health stems from her experiences growing up in Hong Kong, studying in Zanzibar, and working in as Peace Corps volunteer. Hannah has an MPH from Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health with a focus on health communications and global environment and sustainability. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our speakers for the session today. So I'll give a quick overview of what the session will encompass. So the guiding questions for this panel will be focused on three key themes. The first one would be strengthening regional collaboration and coordination, integrating planetary health principles into institutional and governance structures. The third one would be expanding the global impact of partnerships between the World Health Summit regional meeting and the Planetary Health Alliance's regional hubs. Each panelist will be invited to respond to 2 questions which will be tailored to their area of expertise. I encourage all our participants here to just not listen, but take this an opportunity to collaborate, to coordinate, and to learn and to gain more insights from our speakers today.
Okay, so probably I'll have my first question for Dr. Jamila. So Dr. Jamila, how can we make better use of communications and media to strengthen public and policymaker engagement with Planetary Health Roadmap in ways that supports the World Health Summit agenda of promoting equitable, inclusive global health governance?
Thanks, Nazia. And I'm actually representing someone who can't make it here today. So communications, as we know, is at the forefront of the tech revolution. And never before in history have so many people had so much information at their fingertips. And yet, never has it been more challenging to ensure that our messages break through and truly resonate with the public. This is made harder by the fact that what we're trying to convey simply doesn't fit with the fascination that we all have in one way or another for the Kardashians, Elon Musk, Netflix, emerging podcast stars, Shraddha Kapoor, Priyanka Chopra here in India. So we must harness the full power of communications and media, especially social media, which is now the primary source of news and information for millions worldwide, and where even serious conversations about health, environment, and policies are taking place. This is something that all of you, many young people in the room, is a reality for you every day. Planetary health, because of its interdisciplinary nature, can feel very academic and abstract. So, through strong storytelling and strategic framing, accessible content such as short videos and personal stories, we can break it down into relatable actionable messages that connect directly to people's life experience, especially, or lived experiences, especially in climate vulnerable communities. I remember very early on when I was doing a lot of public speaking, my mentor then said to me, Jamila, speak to the heart, not to the audience. Because when you actually touch someone with something that triggers a memory or an experience, that's when it's really, really powerful. So, but to succeed, we therefore need to embrace the communications culture in all its diversity, finding ways to move planetary health from an abstract concept to an urgent personal reality, one that resonates with the public, which strikes policymakers between the eyes. We do this by centering diverse local stories, particularly those from the most affected communities, by speaking truth as to power, and by figuring out how big oil, big pharma, and big food continue to keep us in their thrall, and basically playing them at their own game. So at the same time, it's about working with trusted messengers, like youth leaders, health workers, and indigenous people, whose voices must be empowered. We must not speak for them. We must work with them. And we must tailor messages and use the right channels. Policymakers need solutions linked to their health agendas, where the public needs hopeful, practical action points. So strategic timing around global events such as this, and COP is essential to drive momentum, and importantly, multilingual, regionally adapted communication ensures we do not replicate inequalities that we are trying to solve. So finally, we have to make sure that journalists, investigative, mainstream, whatever journalists, are adequately equipped to report on planetary health, even the bad news stories, in ways that are hopeful rather than hopeless. Solutions journalism. So we're working at it now. We have been running journalist trainings, and we do train about 90 journalists a year, and we have funding to do it for 3 years. So if there are any journalists in the room, look out the announcements. It's completely...
Thank you, Dr. Jamila. You rightly said that how communications can play an important tool to communicate if it's done in the proper way, through a proper channel. And it's a responsibility for everyone and not only the journalists. Thank you once again for that. I'll pose my second question to Prof. Parvez. How do you think private sector engagement with the Planetary Health Roadmap can help operationalize the World Health Summit agenda, especially in scaling sustainable innovation across South and Southeast Asia? Over to you, Prof. Parvez. Prof. Parvez, you are on mute.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Nasir, for the introduction. It's a pleasure to be here at the World Health Summit. I would have loved to be there physically, but unfortunately, I'm unable to join. Very important question that you asked, Nasir. It is clear to me that governments and NGOs actually don't lead the charge towards planetary health and health equity. Yet at the same time, I do feel that the private sector can actually play a very important role in innovating, sustaining, and scaling in a way that the other agents are unable to do so. I would almost say that despite all the efforts that are taking place with the various domains, if we are not able to get businesses on board to make this transition, then the needle will not really shift. So businesses have immense potential to bridge health inequities, and also in particular for the Asia region, which is essentially one which has low resource base and is actually very vulnerable. How do we go about this? What is the role that businesses can actually play in this? And my view, the simple take on this, given we have only a small amount of time, is there's 3 engines, and the first engine is actually the engine of innovation. We can get affordable healthcare through innovation, so we can have companies which actually operate directly in the health care sector, actually innovating products and services which are actually targeted to vulnerable communities. For example, They could possibly innovate on low cost, easy to use medical devices. They could innovate diagnostic tools, or even within creating generic medicines for the region. So innovation is the key engine there. It's not just about product and service innovation that the businesses play a role. There's a need to actually innovate new business models with a social element, which is actually core and embedded within this. So, for example, new models could be subscription models or rent-to-own models. We can have differential pricing models, which are also there. So we need to innovate business models as well. So it's really critical that we're able to do this. And then this innovation also perhaps could be focused on the last mile health problem. We know that the vulnerable communities often are inaccessible, so we may have to look at new platforms of delivery for e-health, or even physical delivery of items through drones and things like that. So innovation within corporations is going to be critical in making the transition. The other aspect of businesses and the role that they actually play in health equity and planetary health preservation is where I want to say they're also the engine of life. And what do I mean by this? Well, the private sector actually plays a critical role, because if we look at ourselves, we spend about 60% of our waking lives in companies. So we rely on companies to actually give us employment, which gives us the income to feed our family and also fuel our lifestyle. So it's really important. So given the amount of time we spend in organizations, in companies, it is very important that we look at those. And companies are actually one of very significant players in determining health. In what ways do I mean? Let's assume, for example, if you have a poor boss or the organizational, the mental stress actually comes from work. So we can see there's a relationship there in terms of the of creating healthy work environments. So companies are doing that. The health and safety protocols that actually going to exist in companies also impinge on our health and our well-being as well. So, for example, if we only have to think of the textile sweatshops, where we have poor air quality, poor lighting, pollution, exposure to some hazardous dyes. All of these are impacting health. So we know that the health environment, the health and safety environment is critical to some health as well. And on top of that, within these healthy work environments dimension, is the provision of services. For example, companies are able to provide on-site clinics. They could actually provide food which is healthy. And if we're talking about this particular region where we have lots of migrant workers, accommodation, good accommodation, which is livable accommodation, is critical as well. The provision of services also extends to things like financial support, insurance cover, childcare services, and so on and so forth. So clearly, having healthy work environments is critical in influencing the health agenda. So that's very important. And the third engine is really the engines of influence. Here, besides their own internal environments, companies not just create internal environments, but they are actually able to exert external influence on the supply chains. So an ethical supply chain can help provide protection, insurance, good working conditions across the entire value chain and its arrangements. We just have to look at some of the good companies, excellent companies like Patagonia or Levi's in the garment manufacture sector, where they look towards protecting worker well-being, and they have these particular programs, and these are there in Southeast Asia. We can also look towards protecting smallholder farms, let's say coffee growers, smallholders. So companies like Starbucks have an important role to make sure that the smallholder farms are protected and well paid as well. So that's clearly an engine of influence. Besides that, companies are also agents of advocacy and stewardship. So they are actually able to shape inclusive healthy ecosystems as well, which go beyond profit to actually deliver structural change. So I would stop there. These are the key three engines of innovation, engines of life, and engines of influence, where I think businesses have a very important role to play. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Parvez, and thank you so much for actually focusing on how critical and important role the business sector plays in scaling the sustainable innovations. And I would also like to quote like the thing you mentioned, innovation in cooperation. It's usually we talk about cooperation, collaboration, but it's timed out. We now need to be innovative and planetary health friendly, and also measure our steps as well here. My next question would be for Dr. Elena. How can the education pillar of the Planetary Health Roadmap contribute to realizing the World Health Summit goal of building a more resilient, future-ready global health workforce?
Thank you, Nazia. And hello, everyone, and thank you really for inviting me. It is a great pleasure to be here with you today and a real honor to be a panelist at the World Health Summit regional meeting. To go back to your question, we are living through an unprecedented crisis in Earth's natural systems. This crisis is driven by human activity. We experience this crisis daily in floods, storms, heat waves, in terrible pollution, biodiversity loss, deforestation, food and water insecurity, etc. The scale of this environmental degradation has moved beyond being just an environmental issue. It is now a humanitarian and a global health emergency as well. At the same time, despite the clear need for a comprehensive understanding of planetary health, there is still significant gap in the formal education and training of healthcare and public health professionals. And this gap makes it harder for them to more effectively tackle these complex health issues that come with our rapidly changing planet. So that is why it is crucial that planetary health becomes an integral part of medical, nursing, and public health curricula. We need to weave in planetary health principles, knowledge, practices, but I always like to add and values as well into the core education and training programs for nurses, physicians, and public health professionals. Because it's very important for them to have the skills and perspectives they need to not only anticipate and mitigate, but also respond in a really effective way to the health challenges that are brought by the Earth global environmental crisis. And that brings me to the roadmap and really the contribution of the roadmap to planetary health education. The Planetary Health Roadmap and Action Plan that was unveiled in Kuala Lumpur in April of 2024 is considered by the global international community of planetary health educators to be one of the three fundamental documents of planetary health education. The first one being Sao Paulo Declaration, which unveiled in 2021, gives us a shared destination. Or in terms of education, this shared destination is this vision that we have for planetary health education, place where we hope to arrive at one day. And then we have the planetary health education a framework, and the framework offers for planetary health educators a shared language. As transdisciplinarity is at the core of planetary health, it is so important, since we come from different disciplines, that we have this shared language as a foundation for diverse educational strategies. And then we come to the roadmap. And the idea of the Planetary Health Roadmap really was to respond to the call of the Sao Paulo Declaration to kind of answers of how to achieve what Planetary Health Declaration calls for. And I have to say, it was a great honor of my professional career that I was a co-lead of the education working group working on the education section of the roadmap. And when we did the roadmap, we started with only focusing on nursing and medicine and public health curricula with that in mind. But soon we realized that we really wanted to be more inclusive than that, and not focus only on our higher education, but to encompass in the roadmap and thinking about these next actionable steps, all educational spaces. And that includes early childhood education, higher education, and lifelong learning. So what we wanted to create these next steps that you can take wherever you are. So whether you are a learner or an educator, you are able to look at those steps and say, well, this is my little contribution, or this is the step that I can take. So we developed 4 steps to drive meaningful change in planetary health education, starting with a universal, inclusive, and value-centered curriculum, planetary health curriculum. And again, I come to the values, because I think if we only focus on our professional development and our skills, and we do not incorporate planetary health values such as hope and urgency and science-driven innovation and justice and equity and compassion and humility, then we will not make this, what we call the great transition, or this deep and fundamental change in the way we live on our planet, in the way we interact with each other, and the way we interact with nature. So I think the value-centered planetary health curriculum is step 1. And then also we found that the next step would be to really strengthen community engagement, empowerment and representation in planetary health education by giving voice to youth, to girls and women, and to indigenous voices. Our third step is focusing on educators, accreditor, and decision-maker engagement. And our fourth step is really, I think, so important, because it is to acknowledge the global nature of the planetary health movement and significance of hearing diverse voices, firsthand experience, and hearing from people from different backgrounds. So as I go back to the process of creating the roadmap, I also want to mention that we, as the community of global international community of planetary health educators, also recognize planetary health as a foundational knowledge, not only for medical, nursing and public health students, but also for students in economics, law, business, engineering, policy making, art, and so much more. So as fundamental knowledge for different disciplines. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena. Thank you for focusing on how education pillar actually plays an important role. In addition to what Elena mentioned, I would like to also mention that the Sunway Center for Planetary Health, in collaboration with the Ministry of Higher Education in Malaysia, is also working on how do we integrate planetary health into the curriculums in Malaysia as well. So this is a big achievement to say for Malaysia as well, that we have started to talk about planetary health in the curriculum, and not only nursing and medical, but to other courses as well. Moving on to Hannah. Hannah, could you talk about what is the potential of institutionalizing collaboration between the World Health Summit regional meeting process and the planetary health regional hubs to support shared goals on health systems transformation?
Thank you, Nazia, and thank you all for having me here. As Yelena mentioned, it is truly an honor to be a panelist for this session, and I truly wish I could be there with all of you in person. First, I want to take a little bit of a step back and kind of talk a little bit about our Regional Hub program. So the Regional Hub program that PHA runs, they're locally rooted, independently led communities of practice. And what this means is that each is shaped by their unique contexts and needs of the region. PHA, as an organization based out of Johns Hopkins University and based in the United States, we're not prescribing what the regional hubs do. And I think that's really important and something to highlight. As Jamila mentioned, or Professor Jamila mentioned in her keynote address, there's a belief that the global health should lead and can lead. And I believe that having these locally rooted, independently led communities of practice is a huge amplification of that, in that we're giving a platform to leaders not from America, not from North America, but all over the world. And so I really want to highlight that we have 8 regional hubs, and we're currently developing 3 more, but it's a really interesting program, and I would highly encourage any participants who, if they don't know where our as you'll see as I'm talking, the regional hub program is a little difficult to talk about because each has its own spice, as I like to say. The regional hubs, the regional hub leads can determine what the priorities are and what they want to do. And what that means is there's a lot of different ways you can get involved with the regional hubs, but they're also very different. As we all know, you can't apply the same things to different countries. And so it's really important that we give them this flexibility and that the regional hubs are given this ability to determine what's important for their local context and their regional context. But back to talking about how the World Health Summit regional meetings and the regional hubs can really institutionalize and collaborate, I think there's multiple ways that we can really take this platform and give it some more voice. The first one is obviously giving platforms and giving a voice to our planetary health regional hub leaders and participants, inviting them to discussions on planetary health topics and giving them a platform to share about planetary health, similar to this meeting that you all are hosting. As I don't know if Nazia mentioned, but Sunway University and actually Nazia is one of the co-leads for our South and Southeast Asia regional hub. And so it's amazing that one of the regional hubs is able to showcase their work and help amplify this movement within a very specific region. Another thing is obviously having the World Health Summit attendees, individuals join a regional hub program. Our regional hubs are always looking for motivated individuals and are really looking for people to attend local events and to volunteer and to spend some time and build the network. I think this is a really cool part of the regional hub program because it gives an opportunity for anyone to get involved. As we've all been talking about, planetary health is global, it's transdisciplinary, anyone can get involved, anyone can be part of it. And this local knowledge that you all hold is incredibly important and I think really valued and something that everyone should value. You know what is happening in your local community, you know what you can do in your local community, and the regional hub program gives you a voice to bring that up, which then if we can give the regional hubs a bigger voice within these contexts, within these global meetings like the World Health Summit and at the regional meetings, it's allowing this bottom-up approach where we're getting the community and these members and these people to give them the platform through the regional hubs and then through the platform for the World Health Summit. I also want to mention that a lot of our regional hubs have meetings and have their own regional meetings. So this past February, I had the honor of attending our Planetary Health Oceania Forum hosted in Fiji by the Planetary Health Oceania Regional Hub. And meetings like that are quite common for our regional hub program and would be really amazing if they can coincide or run alongside the World Health Summit regional meetings so that the meetings can work together towards similar goals as they already are working towards similar goals. So if you can have the meetings back to back or have them around the same time so they can build off each other and more participants can go to both, I think that would be a really great way to strengthen collaboration as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Hannah. As Hannah rightly mentioned, that Planetary Health Alliance is helping here to build a movement for planetary health. And it's a responsibility of each one of us to play that role, like to bring the movement grow. And it is also a method to bring the global South and global North together to achieve the same vision and mission that we see here. I'll go back to Professor Parvez and ask how might World Health Summit and the Planetary Health Frameworks jointly incentivize businesses to contribute to health equity and resilience through integrated climate health strategies. Your work on return on values may be relevant here.
Thank you very much, Nasia, for the opportunity to talk on this very important aspect. First of all, I guess, I have to say that both the Planetary Health Alliance and the World Health Summit are critical and they're very important sort of agents to sort of catalyze what I think is needed is the systemic change and through innovation. But whatever the action is, I have to say that the action must be locally grounded because it has to be contextually driven. So if we look at Asia, Laos and Myanmar are very different from Malaysia and Indonesia, very different from Singapore. So there's very significant contextual differences that we need to sort of look at when we're sort of looking at these sort of changes, and have to be regionally networked. We have to sort of come together and tackle the big problems together. So there has to be sort of collaboration. For example, we may need to sort of harmonize regulations, and that is going to be something very, very important to have standards and harmonized regulations in order to allow us to come together as a group in the region, but also globally as well. And the next part is that we must be globally supported. Within the sort of Asia region, generally speaking, we would sort of say that we're still at a very embryonic early stage in terms of our progress towards shifting towards planetary health and also creating some health equity. So we need to learn from those who have gone before us. We need to the support of others in this effort. So we're all in this together. So we have to make sure that A, we are locally grounded, B, we are regionally sort of networked, and C, that we are sort of globally supported. Now, how does the World Health Summit and Planetary Health Alliance really try and sort of incentivize health equities and resilience? And as I said, it is really going to be important to sort of drive a systemic shift. We cannot just continue to do what we've been doing. Certainly in the business world, companies, a lot of individual companies have been doing good things. But what we have to do is to actually move away from that to a systematic approach where doing business in a good way actually prevails. It becomes the norm rather than the exception. This is where we have to make sure that we embed into the core of the firm's purpose, its values, the sort of notion of planetary health and health equity. So it has to be driven in that way. And at the Institute, at the IGSC at Sunway, and also in conjunction with SCPH, we have sort of come out with a sort of program which we, Nazia just indicated, which is the program, a leadership program, which is ROI to ROV leadership. Well, what we're sort of saying is that we have to move away from the profit-centric narrow short term to looking at the return on value or values as well. So there's two parts to this. And in essentially, it's requiring us to say that we need to be able to get businesses to transition, to move away from their transactional approach to a transformational approach. At the very top level, in terms of the values, the governance, and in the planning that takes place, it's not just about compliance. It's not just about ESG reports. They were actually much lower, and they come down much further down. And if we just want to look at compliance, it will not take us there. So as Yelena had mentioned earlier, value centricity is going to be critical. We have to change the mindset and the hearts of business and business leaders to actually make this transition. So that's what we, I think, we are trying to do in this particular ROI to ROV leadership program, which is currently going to be piloted in Malaysia and then other countries within the ASEAN region, and then hopefully to Africa and Europe and elsewhere as well. Now, so the big question is, how do we really achieve this? What do businesses need to do? And as I said earlier in the first question, I think it's very important for us to understand companies must redesign how they create value. So this requires them to start innovating. This is why I was saying we have to bear in mind value of planetary health and health equity already must be embedded into the values of the companies for it to translate. So that is a critical thing. The other aspect that is very important is that we must actually divide and internalize new planetary health metrics, and we need to, and those must actually drive decision making. So we have to have leadership, and decision making must be there. So decision making is really critical. So the current way of doing things, which is reliant on return on investment, is short term. What we're saying is should be values driven, value based driven dashboards. So we need to find new ways of accounting and reporting, and these new dashboards are going to be critical. And so for us in our program, we're saying we need to it's critical that we move away from ROI to ROV. ROVs has two parts: values and also value creation as well. So in our program, we make that distinction and we draw that out. And the third component of this is really that we have to both the Planetary Health Alliance and the World Health Summit actually sort of work towards sort of enabling conditions for transformation. And this requires us to look at ecosystems, not just functional parts. We need to sort of look at ecosystems. At the IGSC, we have a framework for characterizing ecosystems, which we call the AGI ecosystem framework, but I don't have time to sort of go into this. But just to pick up on some of these sort of ecosystem aspects that we need to address. First of all, we need to look at policy and regulatory alignment. Currently, what we have are policies which are fragmented. They're out. That we need to sort of look at is we need to sort of move away from proprietary models of innovation. We need to sort of move to open innovation and technology transfer. This is the sort of key thing that we, because when we have open innovation, we can actually stakeholder engagement. We need to sort of look at how we sort of work together much more. So the collaboration is going to be something very important. So maybe perhaps look at better ways of devising cost sectoral PPPs, for example, which sort of allow us to sort of do this. I mean, I have there's sort of an interesting example in Malaysia is we have the Mandani concept, which is the Prime Minister's way of sort of looking at and spelling the economic agenda. And as Tan Sri Jamila was saying, at the same time, we have the National Planetary Health Action Plan. What are we sort of doing over here is aligning the planetary health agenda with the national plan. So it's going to be sort of really important for us to sort of find ways where we actually create ways of working together. Okay, I think again, my 5 minutes are well over. Thank you very much. I'll stop there. I can sort of continue later on.
Thank you, Prof. Pervez. Actually, what you said left me with a thought, and probably most of us also think the same way. Have we mainstreamed planetary health already in our programs, or are we thinking about it yet or not? So probably something that we can ponder and question ourselves, reflect as well. I'll move on to my next question for Elena. If you can share what opportunities exist for the World Health Summit regional meeting and the Planetary Health Alliance hubs to co-develop planetary health education programs with regional relevance and global impact.
Thank you, Nazia. That's a very important question. I would like to share that there are several opportunities. First, as Hannah mentioned earlier, Planetary Health Alliance has 8 planetary health regional hubs, and many of these regional hubs have education working groups or education committees that are specifically focused on working on planetary health education within the regional context. So one way for participants of the World Health Summit regional meeting would be to get in touch with their regional hub, and then, let's say, if interested in education, join the education working group. And the information can be found on the Planetary Health Alliance's website, but also Hannah and I are more than happy to follow up with appropriate links. Additionally, thinking about how people can get involved, I would like to talk a bit about our international working groups. I have mentioned already the education working group, the one that had developed the education section of the roadmap, and that I was really honored to be a part of. And that was 22 people really coming from diverse places in the different stages in their careers, diversity expertise-wise, geographical diversity as well. And I think that is so important for us in planetary health to kind of have this diversity of voices. And currently I'm a part of another education focused working group. This is what I call the Education Action Group. Again, we are talking about over 30 individuals from all over the world who are working on taking those steps, the ones that I mentioned when I was talking about the roadmap, and really taking them, focusing on very feasible deliverables and making that change. So every time that we are forming these international working groups, we actually share the invitation and we look for volunteers. and share that on Planetary Health Alliance's websites. We share it in the newsletter, we share it in our socials, on our social media, and also our friends and collaborators at Steinway University do the same. So, and we share that through the regional hubs. So that can be, you can either join the existing education working group in the regional hub, or you can look for those calls that we issue for international working groups. And I would also like to say, on a more personal note, over last 20 years of working, I started in primary care, and then from there I moved to public health practice and research and academia. And over these 20 years of my career, I had the opportunity to attend many conferences and work with wonderful people in wonderful communities. But I have to say, and it's really true, that these last 2 years that I have spent in the planetary health community have been absolutely amazing. The planetary health community internationally is very open. So when we say things like, please send us an email, or please volunteer for this, or join this conversation, the planetary health community really means that. So it is very inviting, it is very supporting, it is very nurturing and open to new voices and perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena. And thank you for the invitation for the audience to join here. I think since they are already here in the room, we can sense that there is an interest already. So please feel free to reach out to Hannah or to Elena. My last question would be for Hannah. How can the Planetary Health Roadmap guide the regional hub's role in translating global aspirations into local and regional action that supports the World Health Summit policy priorities?
Yeah, thank you, Nazia, for that important question. So I think a lot of what we've touched upon in this conversation kind of is wrapped up in this answer, but globally, we have agreed on the SDGs. The Sustainable Development Goals are a major global goal, and global health has been trying to improve upon these specific goals for years now. And I think what's really interesting about the Planetary Health Roadmap is it is a guide. It's a blueprint that gives us a set of actions within specific Instagram is, as we've mentioned, it translates everything, it's locally led. And so it can take those sets of actions that the global community has outlined and put it into a local context. And so communication, as most of us probably know, or what I truly believe, and what Professor Pervez has mentioned, is it's really important that we do it locally, right? It's more effective from the bottom up. It's more effective when you, as a real people with real examples, are sharing it to policymakers, are sharing it with everyone, because you can relate to them. And we all have stories that people like, and we all have stories that people relate to. And I think Professor Jamila also touched upon this in her keynote address, where she talked about you need to make it more personable, right? People want it to have that connection, and we as humans want to feel that. And I think regional hubs give us this ability because we have such a strong group of people who can do this emotionalization, who can make it local, and who can make it into a context that people understand for themselves. I've never had the opportunity to go to India, so I wouldn't be able to speak on why an Indian person should get into planetary health, but someone in the planetary health South and Southeast Asia group who is Indian might be able to talk to another person about how to approach it and what relates to them and what makes them feel more impacted. And I think what I was mentioning about the SDGs is the Planetary Health Roadmap is a guide, but it's a guide that can be applied to all fields. It isn't exclusive to planetary health. Planetary health is transdisciplinary, and you can take what we're learning and what we're experiencing with the Planetary Health Roadmap and apply that to multiple of the Sustainable Development Goals. As we all know, the Sustainable Development Goals will take transdisciplinary approaches. Planetary health is transdisciplinary. If you apply kind of these thoughts and these theories and what we're doing within our roadmap, you can achieve many of the goals that we've set out to do in the SDGs. And I think that is the power of the roadmap, and that is the power of the Regional Hub program, is this local-led context, this bottom-up approach and this ability to personalize it for everyone. And planetary health is so amazing because it's transdisciplinary and where he's really showing you that it can be something isn't solved by one solution. There's multiple solutions and multiple different people working together to solve all these problems.
Thank you, Hannah, for that. I think everyone believes that climate crisis is real. We are facing it. So all the efforts, all the joint efforts that we see here at the World Health Summit regional meeting, within the Planetary Health Alliances, regional hubs, I think everyone would want to be a part of it and play their important role. So thank you all, our panel, quite knowledgeable, and we had things to take away from this discussion. And now we would like to open the floor for questions, for your reflections. But before that, just give a short introduction about yourself, your name, your organization, and just if your question is reflected to any specific speaker, you can list that out, or if it's in general, please feel free to do so.
Yeah, thank you so much for giving us a chance as well, and wonderful panel. My name is Andrea Winkler. I'm from Germany, Technical University of Munich, Department of Neurology, and I'm one of the co-chairs of the Lancet One Health Commission. So I've already dropped the word One Health. Sorry, I was late for your panel, so I'm not sure whether you have mentioned One Health before. This is pretty much the same goals together, and it was mentioned, I think, by Hannah in a very transdisciplinary way. I wonder, so now this is my contribution, if you have mentioned the role of women, ability agenda, some hundreds of participants, not only women, please, also men are most.
I've been also working largely on looking at the primary health care and how to have that integration of the.
Thank you so much for giving me the floor. It's always a pleasure to hear from all of you. I'm Salman Khan. I'm a medical doctor based in Mumbai, India. I'm representing React Action on antibiotic resistance and digital transformations for health.
The future. So if you have certain kind of guidelines or something, I'll be more than happy to be part of it. Because this ecosystem of governance framework and all, yes, talking about equity and gender, all those issues. Yes, I'm also working on climate change and gender and health equity. So I think, if you can share your future thoughts about, or if you already have certain work on involving students, or you can say through academia, part of the planetary action, that will be great.
I was just telling Nazia, at 65, I can't take 6 questions at a time, but we'll do the 4 with the rest of the panel, and then we'll go to the rest. Now, let me address the One Health question. I think I always say this, sometimes we are cousins trying to get to the same place, and I think One Health emerged earlier, no doubt about it, but if you look historically at One Health movement, it started with looking at the relationship with zoonotic diseases. Planetary health is about systems change, which One Health originally, in its original form, did not talk.
As the Alliance, we remind people that it is climate change and it's everything change. So when we talk about pollution, and pollution now kills more people every year than malaria, HIV, and tuberculosis together, those are real numbers. And this is something that I think it's important, that the scope of planetary health is wide, and it looks at all these different elements of the crisis, but that doesn't mean that the framework is better or worse than the others. As
environment, health, disease, and so forth, on different impacts of the planet on human health, human well-being, economy, and so on and so forth. So for us in the planetary health movement, one of the action points is actually planetary health assessment. So we will be launching it hopefully this year in October, and then seeing how we keep improving it. One of the things we know, I spent 20 over years in the humanitarian sector. The minute you have rankings of countries, people take it very seriously, because nobody wants to be below. So what we do is, Pacific Disaster Center is so experienced in looking at disaster risks. So they're looking at risk rankings, right, and then performance. So what we're trying to do is replicate that from a planetary health perspective, so that if it's actually ranked per country, then countries don't want to be left out. And by the way, I'll be in Singapore talking about this in June.
Okay, thank you so much everyone for your questions and insights. This actually leaves us with the thought that yes, we are there and we will get it done. So with that thought, I'll thank all the participants, all our panelists, everyone here, all the technical team as well, and also would like to conclude this session and highlight that what we have focused, what we have talked about is more on collaboration and cooperation and actionable synergies with leadership in the region actually matters. With that note, I would like to thank all of you and happy conference to everyone for the next 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
happens to be in Egypt because the government's investing very heavily, but this is with Cairo University as well as Siemens Healthineers. We have a training academy that has trained over 2,300 physicians so far. It's been in place for less than 2 years now, on various skills and technologies necessary. And these people come from 13 different African countries, in North Africa and Central Africa. This is actually in our offices. We host an academy in our offices, and some of the clinical courses are provided, like I said, with Cairo University in the hospital. So great example of partnering in order to achieve upskilling, and covering much more in this case than the country of Egypt. Good, so I want to shift briefly to Siemens Healthineers in India. I'm going to touch on this just very briefly, a few things, again, not going through every bit of information on this slide, but we have been present in India for over 90 years. We have manufacturing experience of over 6 decades in India in 2 locations where we manufacture our imaging products as well as diagnostics products. And that's both India, but also for the global market in the case of some products. We have 7,000 passionate healthineers in India. It's one of our largest country locations around the world. And multiple times we've been certified as a great place to work. We do a lot of R&D in India. You know, a lot of times when people think of Siemens Healthineers, they'll say, well, German engineering. And yes, there's a piece of German engineering in it, but there's actually a very large piece when it comes to software of Indian engineering. And Indian software engineers make up over half of our global software force, most of them out of Bangalore. We also run here from India, we run our software programs for around the world. So our other tech centers are managed out of our location here in India. So lastly, a couple of important examples. You saw a lot of examples, and I promised I would bring you back to examples here in India. We have been able to address accessibility challenges, and this example here you see is addressing one of the areas of India in Assam with one of the highest cancer incidents in the country. There's about 30,000 cases a year in Assam, and many, many patients had to travel over 1,000 kilometers to Calcutta, which, as you know, can be a 24-hour train ride if somebody needs to go for cancer treatment. This program in particular is with the Assam Cancer Foundation and Tata Trust, and it's part of the National Health Mission. It's a 3-tiered solution where there's a community outreach program, there's some small local centers where people can get diagnosis and some of the basic care, and there's a hub and spoke model connecting 3 larger tertiary centers for those that need more advanced care. This is one of the examples where we've been focused really on providing diagnostics, on that early diagnostic in the community, and as well as optimizing the patient pathway. Second example is with RT scans. RT scans is serving 8,000 patients daily at a very affordable cost for both imaging and lab. Again, very focused on early diagnostic, because if you want to make a significant difference in NCDs, if you really want to solve that challenge, it is about catching the disease early. We have the technology today globally, generally, to treat many, many NCDs in an effective way, but only when we catch it at the earliest stages, or primarily when we catch it at the earliest stages. In this case, RT Scans is a customer we work with very closely. They're providing excellent care across their many centers, and they also have a digitalized patient journey, which helps them optimize their ability to deliver care even in remote locations. And finally, breast cancer. I would be remiss if not if not coming back to the topic, because it is so important to me personally, but also something that we do a lot of in Siemens Healthineers, because we see a real opportunity there to extend life around the world. This is a program with Project HEAL, which is run with the Rotary Club and KMCH. It's in Tamil Nadu. And this is a mobile clinic which aims to do 200 free screening camps per year around the state of Tamil Nadu, and has been in place now for a period of time, has been up and running. We're continuing to augment this program. So good. The solutions that I illustrated here do not stand in isolation. They were a few examples. They're embedded in our larger framework, which starts with sustainability, as I talked about it. One of our major pillars of our approach in Siemens Healthineers is expanding healthcare access. It is a foundation of everything we do. Those efforts are built upon, of course, a long history of innovation and technology, but they also look at the different aspects of the value chain to really enable healthcare and expand the availability of care across different types of health systems. Affordability, availability, and innovation have an interplay role, and we see ourselves as a company at the center of that we can provide that also with partners, as I highlighted. I want to finish where I started, right? I said healthcare is a human right. That's the first thing I said after the video, if you weren't in the room. And this is really what we firmly stand behind. As you all know, it is an incredibly turbulent world that we live in today, with constant geopolitical challenge, solutions available, but unfortunately not accessible to far too many people, and a constant situation of change. For us, we stand by our values. We stand by our purpose of pioneering breakthroughs in healthcare for everyone, everywhere, sustainably. It's the core of what we do every day. Thank you very much for listening, for your attention, and for your focus on healthcare as you're here at this event today. I'm going to now be joined on stage by one of my colleagues, and a few others will have a brief discussion on a few of these topics. So thank you. Maybe we can take the slides down. Perfect. Great. We've got microphones up here already.
Thank you. And Tisha, that was really very inspiring. The fact that, the impact which Siemens has done and, how you've driven that over a period of time. I think a lot of that is very relevant to India as we look at it. We are now the largest country in the world from a population point of view. And, healthcare is one of those unique things. It follows something which is called Taylor's Law. And I don't know how many of you know what's Taylor's Law. It's always in a perpetual crisis, right? So if you picked up a newspaper 50 years ago, you'd say there's a crisis. If you picked up a newspaper in 2020, you don't need to tell me what the crisis is. And if you go to pick up a newspaper even 10 years later, it'll again be. In a lot of ways, by the time we get the answers, the questions change, right? We never anticipated COVID. So it could be, you could look at it as a perpetual crisis, or you could look at it as a perpetual opportunity. I remember being in one of these debates in the US a couple of years ago, and where the debate got on in the end to say which is the best healthcare system in the world. Is it the US? Is it the UK? Is it, Singapore? And what was very strange, people from those healthcare systems said ours is not great, right? So we had someone from the NHS, and I remember he said that if we were to look at a healthcare system today, the NHS will not even make it to the short list. So it was a creation of something which happened after World War II. But the whole problem is there is no great system in the world, right? If you look on the axis of accessibility, affordability, every system has lacunae. I spent time in the US in one of the large academic medical centers. I felt that the clinical care was excellent, but did it make financial sense? May not. Because, someone like Singapore spending 5% of GDP has better outcomes than the US. I think the greatest thing, and we said, commission to, access. And I think in India, we could really say this is 3 types of access. One is the geographical access. And, you spoke about Indonesia where it's even worse. but 70 to 80% of our infrastructure is just in 20 to 25 cities. So there's a huge concentration, both in terms of infrastructure and doctors. And it's not changing, you know. I'm sure if you come to Delhi, every time you find it gets bigger, right? Because we're getting much, much more urbanized. Though as a country, we're going to be there in 20 years where China is today in terms of urbanization. Second, I think what the government of India has done from that point is actually give a financial access. So 50% of India's population now has some sort of a financial access which is sponsored by the government. But I think in India we look at it separately. We play to our strengths, you know, and Hari knows we had the chairman of Siemens come over, and he said one of our strengths is IT. So ultimately, are we looking at a technological access to care? So as you look at this paradigm, how do you think this whole access to care is going to change in the next couple of years?
I mean, certainly technology has a role to play. You hinted on India's strength in digitalization and IT, and I think that's absolutely the truth. However, we really have to look at implementation. And I mentioned the topic using the Cure AI software, and what is Siemens Healthineers doing there? Well, we're really focused on making sure that the users know how to use the AI and they're using it effectively to actually have better outcomes, right? The Global Fund, as an example, has been providing AI or providing funding for AI for some time now for TB. But in some countries, they don't actually see an improvement in outcomes, in more patients screened and earlier diagnosis occurring. So our role there is really around implementation. So I think technology is important, digitalization is important, but it has to be effectively implemented. And I think even more important than technology is the culture and the mindset, right? As you started off by saying, we could look at every 10 years or every decade and we could say, this is the biggest problem or this is the biggest opportunity. But the question is there a real mindset to drive change, to make a difference, to tackle challenges, to come together in a multi-sectoral way and to achieve those? You begin to see that. And I really have to, give a lot of credit to the Indian government here. Ashram Bharat is the best implementation I have seen of universal health coverage, where they're really tackling a significant challenge in the terms of the number of people, the situation of access, the situation of affordability. India's made tremendous progress, and I think this conference is an example of the commitment to continue to improve in that direction.
Great. I think, as we go ahead, Hari, one of the things, and we were just talking about it, is not only the potential to serve India, but, actually. So when we talk about, medical tourism, and now it's called medical value travel, over a period of time, people talk about, the arbitrages in terms of, it costs 1/5. But there's also a skill arbitrage, right? Being a clinician, I know the Indian clinicians probably done 10 times or 20 times the cases. So the accessibility to care in India is still limited by the affordability. How do you see this changing?
Yeah, Rana, you're right. Actually, India is the destination for, let's say, healing from India to the world. That's the program of the government as well. Affordability is one of the most fundamental topic for access in India. And as a leader in innovation, some of the things what we do is, how do we make some of the technologies really accessible and affordable? And Tisha talked about it in the earlier presentation that MR is a crucial, complex piece of technology, which is crucial in early detection and also follow through. So getting this technology geographically to many other locations and also in a resource constrained setting, it's our responsibility to innovate. And some of our newer innovation, and these are made in India, is an example that we're very proud of, where we clearly challenge the access challenge for getting MRI. So affordability, clearly. And second thing is geographical. How do we get treatment closer to patients? And that's something where some of the digital tools and remote scanning makes a big difference. All this, while you can debate what Tisha mentioned in a slide, it takes 11 weeks to get an MRI appointment. Maybe some parts of the country you'll get it faster, but some places you don't. And there, remote scanning, making technologies like CT, MR accessible makes a difference. Yeah, and I think the third dimension is, while we can get technology and capital also, getting skilled people remains a challenge. And this is not something which we can do by ourselves. We work with leading players, government, and academia to continuously train and skill beyond application, including general medical assistant, nursing. So it's a joint responsibility, I would say. And of course, we work on technologies which brings innovation at an affordable cost.
No, I think that's important, and I think one of the biggest changes, we've seen in the last 10 years in India is a lot of specialities have moved outside. There's been an unbundling of the hospital space. When I worked with Apollo in '97, our logo was we are a one-stop shop for everything. But say something like eye care has just moved out, right? You don't do it in a hospital. Because I think one of the things is technology has made outcomes much more predictable. So you needed a clinician who probably had 20 years experience. Today, I think that clinician with 3 years experience has the same outcomes. So I think that's beginning to happen. That also, and you can see, is now the tier 2, tier 3 cities and beyond. People are willing to go there because, you're getting the same outcomes. One of the things I wanted to ask you, Tisha, we pretty much have in India a pre-COVID and a post-COVID. Things have really changed, in terms of the utilization, the capital. And a lot of people also credit this, that the smaller cities, in COVID, what happened, mobility stopped, right? So ideally, someone in a city like Agra, if he had a problem, he'll take the highway and come to Delhi, right? He couldn't do that. So he went to his local hospital, and he said, it's not that bad. The owner of that hospital say, if I upgrade myself, I can get this guy. So we've seen a big change in that. So how do you feel that, post-COVID, these healthcare systems are getting more resilient based on technology and access?
Yeah, I mean, COVID taught us a lot of things, right? And I hope some of these, lessons really last. I mean, certainly remote technology can enable hospitals in less attractive areas or in smaller areas. But there are other topics as well. I mean, a lot of physicians like yourself, they want to work at the top of their license, right? They want to have access to some of the more advanced technologies. They want to ultimately make a difference in patients' lives. And if they feel they can be enabled to do that in the communities where they were trained and in the communities where their families live, they may choose to stay there, right? And this is a topic we really see a lot in Africa in particular. Unfortunately, you have a high number of physicians who are trained in Africa who, if they're English speaking, not unlike India, not unlike Philippines, end up in the NHS, right? And end up in other systems. And part of the reason they choose to leave, sure, there's some aspects of exploring the world, but a lot of it has to do with being able to work at the top of their license, right? So we do try to enable geographies around the world to have technology that allows clinicians to solve problems locally and not have to send their patients away for the most difficult pieces. I think the other thing that COVID taught us was that major health crisis can happen to anyone. COVID didn't care if you had insurance, high quality private insurance. COVID disease could care less what the border was or where you worked or what socioeconomic status you were from. COVID showed us that healthcare access is critical for every single human being. And I think that's one of the most important lessons. Governments, private providers, and just humans as people, we pay a lot more attention now to where our healthcare comes from, how far away it is, how accessible it is, and how my neighbor's healthcare might actually impact me. If they don't have the same access. So I hope that part of what comes out of COVID is a lesson in equalizing and raising the standard of care for humanity. That's one of the pieces that is a lasting lesson that certainly we've taken very much to heart in Siemens Healthineers.
No, exactly, and I think you speak from personal experience, right? Having a lesion in your breast and at the same time, having COVID, the whole access, because this is something we didn't know. And if you look at traditionally, the way hospitals that are built, they're built for trauma, right? If there's an explosion, you get people, you put them all together, you treat them. And suddenly you get COVID, where, you need that 6 feet apart, right? Because there's a space which needs to be sacrosanct. So I think the way we design hospitals, the way we design public spaces is also going to change, because we never thought of a pandemic. But that's, we never thought of putting, you'll go through an ICU and see all the monitors are actually outside because you cannot access it. So Hari, I think one of the things we've done in India, which we were talking about, resilience, and I was recently in Indonesia in one of the hospitals you mentioned. I think the biggest problem there is still the supply side constraint, right? You cannot, because you just don't have enough doctors, you don't have enough nurses. But I think in our last 10 years, we've really doubled the number of, doctors, nurses, super specialists. So I think one area we've become much more resilient, right? I was recently, there was a hospital in Haldwani, and he said, I don't have a problem, I can even get a DM. He wouldn't have been saying that even 5 years ago. So things have changed. What are the other building blocks you think which will make our healthcare more resilient?
I think building, like you rightly said, the skill gap, while there is still lots to be done, in the last decade or so, the capacity side, what is called supply in terms of clinician nursing, is kind of doubled, education as well as. But in terms of resilience, I guess, like you said, the whole focus of moving to preventative healthcare, right? Screening, early detection makes it better to manage. And that's a journey which has to happen. And for that, you need advanced imaging technologies and digitalization and AI. These are founding blocks. And I guess that is the crucial step that has to happen. So we have built capacity for treatment and curative healthcare, but for early detection and diagnosis. And this is, again, like I said, one is looking at through the lens of Siemens, what we do globally. But if you look at it, COVID, or even the recent monkeypox, people would have kind of seen it heading the headlines. These are some of the solutions we built locally to respond very quickly to India. So I think the larger role is on the preventative healthcare, and I think the early screening and diagnosis, and there we have a very important role to play, how we leverage digital and AI to make it really closer to people.
Exactly, and I think you put it, and especially say with breast cancer, early detection is the most important. So, my mother also had breast cancer, and, we obviously went to one of the best specialists. And first thing he told my mom, see, I won't say getting cancer is good, but getting breast cancer could be the best ones because it's the most treatable. The second, he said, you're lucky because, you've come really early. So these were the two parameters. He said it's not going to change anything because you're sure you'll live the same life and the same quality of life. So I think that becomes, because otherwise, I think what's going to happen is we're going to go into a spiral where we'll get more morbidity and mortality because we're going to detect it later. Today, unfortunately, in India, if you detected it later, you didn't have a financial access. But today the government's giving it to you, but it may not be the best use, because getting someone in stage 4 and then spending something on which may be futile doesn't make sense. Disha, I think one of the things which, over a period of time is that, the healthcare systems is siloed, This is what the government does, this is what the private sector does, this is what we do, this is what the NGO does. And it exposes a sort of deficits, right? So the government, great, but sometimes execution is a deficit. The NGOs are very good, but they cannot scale up. The private sector, because it works for profit, is sometimes there's a trust deficit. So if you want a robust system, you really need to put all these three together, right? So I trust them, I know I'm going to get value for money, and it's going to be the same across that. So how do you see the partnership ecosystem working out?
I mean, it's a very good point. We talk a lot about public-private partnerships as part of the solution, and they certainly are. But where we've seen real success in partnerships would be something like the City Cancer Challenge model, where they really bring in all stakeholders. So if you're a City Cancer Challenge city, and there is one now in India, one of our colleagues from City Cancer Challenge is here at this conference, you know, they bring in wastewater management, they bring in the agriculture, the food folks, and they look at really cancer as part of a health system strengthening. But one of the advantage things they do, and we try to do in all of our partnerships as well, is start with a set of clear objectives and goals that you're aligned on, and one of those includes how you're going to scale. So you'll hear you know, Peter Sands, who's the head of the Global Fund, say that healthcare suffers from pilotitis, that there's a lot of great single examples out there. And why do they, in the Global Fund, really focus only on 3 diseases, HI, TB, and malaria? They do that because there's plenty to be done there, and Peter doesn't accept pilots. He says, look, we always start from the aspect of scaling. We try to learn from our partners, and Global Fund is one of those partners we try to learn from, which is how do we start from the beginning with a mindset of scaling? So it's not a pilot, it's a proof of concept. We make sure it works, we tweak things, and then we go forward. But agreeing across the system with that from the beginning and having clear skin in the game is important. And it's not only Siemens Healthineers. I really want to put a pitch in here for the industry as a whole. If you look at pharma, if you look at other medtech,
I'll demo a pilot version of this system. You'll see the system in action during a clinical encounter and after an encounter, while I'll go through how the system actually works. So this is actually a prescription that has been filled out for demonstration purposes. The vitals, the chief complaint, the HOPI has been filled. The patient symptoms here may be due to hypothyroidism, but the doctor is unsure. When they enter a diagnosis that is presumptive, then you'll see a clinical guideline automatically appear for reference. After the doctor has made their decision, then we will discharge the prescription and see what happens in terms of the second level.
In the quiet, difficult moments of life, where love meets action, there exists
Hello. Hi. Just checking the mic. So, so the session is to start at 1:30 and go on till 3. All of you are here. Should we wait for a minute or two and then we'll start? Okay.
एक वहाँ रखने के लिए चाहिए होगा। हाँ वो तो कर दिया, ये उसके साथ do one thing. This. 7, 8. So when I say please give, then you give. Okay. So keep it ready. In my introductory, what I'm going to do is first I'm going to invite the speakers onto this thing, and then I'm going to, as I speak, I'm going to ask you. Welcome everyone. So nice to see you all. Okay, so we'll start our session on strengthening health systems, fit for purpose human resources for health. So this is a very exciting session. I'm so glad to see several of you. I'm also delighted to see several of you whom I know. And much look forward to this session. So we have about 90 minutes. What we'll do is I'll first invite our panelists up here so that you know who the panelists are. I'll then make a few comments for us, set the context for this session, and then we'll listen to each of our outstanding panelists who are all leading work in various aspects of strengthening health systems across the care continuum. And once we do that, I want this session to have a lot of genuine discussion
debate, and the main intent of this is for us to come together as a community of practice where we can take forward these ideas and translate them into impactful action, also action at scale. That's the goal. So I am Dr. R.K. Prasad. I'm a family medicine, I'm Dr. R.K. Prasad. I'm a family medicine physician and educator, also trained in public health. I serve as the convener of the Comprehensive Primary Healthcare Alliance. Many of you have known of this alliance. It was something which was incubated with Swasti as the backbone organization with USAID funding a few years back. We are working to re-energize this. I also serve as the co-chair for the South Asia Regional Working Party on Research at WONCA. WONCA is the World Organization of Family Doctors, and as the chair for primary care research and policy at the Academy of Family Physicians of India. So really delighted to welcome you all. We have a very distinguished panel. I'm going to invite, in the order you see here, if I can have Dr. Ram Nair. Dr. Ram Nair is a surgeon and an emergency medicine physician. He has been involved in the establishment and scale of Jiva Raksha, which is an organization which has done outstanding work in building capacity for emergency care. And we'll learn about the efforts and successes and challenges of Jiva Raksha from Dr. Ram Nair. Thanks, Ram. Next, Professor Veda Ponnappan. Veda is the co-founder of the Center for Healthcare at the Indian Institute of Management, Udaipur. She's also the principal investigator of a district-wide health system strengthening project in collaboration with the Indian Council of Medical Research and the government of Rajasthan. She is a professor of management, and she will bring her deep insights on why systems work and about culture. So very excited to learn from you, Veda. Welcome. Next, Dr. Seema Murthy. Dr. Seema Murthy is the National Director of Noora Health, and one of the most important areas of work which unfortunately remains rather neglected is that the majority of care, 80 to 90% of care, is delivered within the family by family members. But often we don't think of family members as responders, as contributors and parts of the healthcare system. So Dr. Murthy will share some of the work she and Noora Health have been doing in this area. Thank you, Dr. Seema. Shama, please. Next I invite Shama. Shama is a very seasoned public health leader. She served as the CEO of Swasti for many years and has been instrumental for several programs. Today she will talk about the role of community health workers and some of the unique programs that she led or has been a part of, including the Invest for Wellness program and the critical role health workers, community health workers play. Thank you, Shama. And I invite Dr. Sehaj Kashyap. Sehaj is a physician who trained at Duke, and then he is a bioinformatician. And he is someone who, in a very meaningful way, brings together the ethos of what clinical practice looks like, especially for primary care physicians, and what is the role many of the emerging tools, digital tools, especially large language models and AI, and what transformative role they can play. So Sehaj, welcome, and we're very excited to hear from you. We also had Dr. Uman John, who leads health systems at the Gates Foundation, to serve as the chair for this session. Unfortunately, there was a Niti Aayog meeting he had to attend, so he won't be here, but nonetheless, he sends his regards and also his support for this program. Thank you. I'll take a few minutes and lay the context to why we have come together. So we all, so by and large, there is a consensus or an intuitive sense of understanding that primary healthcare, especially comprehensive primary healthcare, forms the foundation of any health system. Without having a strong comprehensive primary healthcare system, you cannot accomplish the goals of universal health care or nominally coverage. But then the comprehensive healthcare, primary healthcare, has several values. We want, and it has several principles. One of the principles is continuity. Care has to be continuous. A patient who comes, I'm taking the example of a patient, but this could be preventive care as well. A patient who comes with abdominal pain, and if you think that patient has appendicitis and he needs surgery, you need a comprehensive primary health system which can recognize that this is a surgical condition, make timely, safe, and appropriate referral, transfer that patient to a facility which has the capabilities to actually confirm the diagnosis and address the problem. If surgery is needed, it should have the capabilities to do surgery, and then safely send the patient back to the community where primary care takes over and supports the recovery of the patient. So this is end-to-end or comprehensive continuous primary health care, where the patient actually, there is a form of safe red carpeting. Many times we don't find this continuum. One of the services which often is missing is the emergency care services, and that's why Dr. Ram is here. Who recognizes that there is a problem? It's typically the family which recognizes. That's why we will hear from Seema. So the part of this is now how is any health system functional? Health systems are functional in very local ways. Very local ways. So context is king. So we have to take into consideration context. There also has to be coordination. Many times systems are built as building blocks, but the building blocks don't necessarily communicate and they're not woven together as a functional thread. So these are some of the elements which will come together today. Just a note about the CPHC Alliance. The CPHC Alliance is a sectoral alliance. We know that for us to have impact, ecosystems have to come together and work together. There is no individual or individual organization which can do it all. We need to bring together all the elements of the ecosystem, which broadly has governments, civil society, the private sector, markets, etc. But we also have to ensure that all of us work not just in concert, but also keep several values at the heart of our work. So the CPHC Alliance has come together exactly to facilitate, enable, bring together this ecosystem for concerted and impactful action. We use something called the LACS framework. I won't get into the details of that, but LACS stands for Learn, Act, Connect, and Solve. With this, we will move to our first speaker. Each of you, if you could take 10 minutes or less to speak about the content, then we'll have about the next 50 minutes of talks by you, which will still leave us about 20-25 minutes for audience participation, moderated discussion, and conclusion. Thank you. Dr. Ram Nair, first. Thanks. You can use this or use this? Sure.
Can you hear me clearly? Don't need to shout, right? Small, cozy room. The globe is here. It's quite nice to see experts, aspirants, workers, providers from across the entire world in a small room talking about healthcare and how to solve problems that we perceive. So I'm Dr. Ram Nair. I'm an emergency physician and a surgeon. Currently the technical director of an interesting organization called Jeeva Raksha. Is the slides changing here, or I can change? Thank you. So just putting some obvious numbers out there. Pre-hospital cardiac arrest, it hits media in countries like India and others when somebody important dies. Otherwise, thousands die on a daily basis, only the family cares, the rest of us are happy to ignore and move on. So in a country like India with 1.4 billion, that is the survival rate, 0.01% after having a pre-hospital cardiac arrest. We're also the world #1 in diabetes, stroke, you name it, most of the lifestyle healthcare diseases as well as road traffic collisions, snake bites, all these things providing the largest number of deaths and data to the world. A few more numbers, around 64% of the population of this 1.4 billion, when they have an emergency, they go to rural or suburban hospitals. In this country, emergency medicine became a specialty with consultants coming out in 2015. So till then it was a rare breed. You went to somebody who will look at you and decide, this person is not healthcare trained. If you're doing, they'll say respiratory. Might be sepsis, might be hypovolemia, you might have lost a lot of blood. But because you're doing that, you go to the medical crowded room first. If you're lucky, you make it out of there and eventually go to wherever you need to go to get the right treatment. So you're aware of these concepts of platinum minutes and golden hour in emergency. Platinum minutes, pre-hospital usually, first 5 to 10 minutes. You have to do what you have to do. We'll come through some of those things. If not, the patient is not going to survive. Golden hour can be done en route to hospital as well as in a hospital in an emergency department, which makes the difference between quality of life as well as life and death, or limb and no limb. So most hospitals as it stands in this country lacks the presence of emergency care physicians, trained nurses, and that's a Niti Aayog study from 2023. They looked at hundreds of district hospitals. Honest observational study. So we might have staff, but they are not the appropriate staff. So let's, this is not a talk about just India. I just want to say that on the outset. So what happens in the global north? So if somebody has a pre-hospital cardiac arrest, who's the world leader in survival? The question is out to you. Which city has the highest survival from pre-hospital cardiac arrest? It's Seattle. They are sleepless there. They're doing something good. Okay. So it is 68% of people who have a pre-hospital cardiac arrest not only survive but go home with a good quality of life. Why? Every 8th standard student onwards from high school are taught cardiopulmonary resuscitation. They've also kept automated external defibrillator every 2 blocks. The city, the people know what to do. So they obviously win. Far behind is the rest of USA, 15 to 40%, depending upon where you are happy or lucky to live. Then comes Europe, 15 to 20%. So, round about 60 to 80% people still don't make it in the global north unless you are in a city like Seattle. So why? It's all about people responding as soon as an emergency happens and doing the right thing. So what is Jeeva Raksha? Jeeva Raksha is a Sanskrit word which stands for saving lives. Jiva is life, Raksha is to protect or to save. So this was started by the top right organization, that is Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences, which is a state health sciences university in a state called Karnataka. In India, health is a federal as well as a central department. So both the central government and the state governments have roles to play. This is an excellent example of one of the state governments deciding that there's a huge gap in skills. Too many people are dying. We need to do something about it. So a positive affirmative action by creating an organization, the top right logo is of Jeeva Raksha, of an organization which can bridge that skill gap by teaching people, teaching families, teaching primary physicians what to do. And we talk about NGOs in conferences like that. They do the right thing. Swami Vivekananda Youth Movement is an NGO started by a bunch of interns, junior medical doctors, in out of the reach forest area when bunch of tribal guys were kicked out. They didn't have a way of life. They didn't have income. They were all dying of TB, HIV and other illnesses. Bunch of young doctors went in and started an organization, and for 42 years they've been working in vulnerable, far from the limelight region, doing the right thing. So that blue organization and the top right organization came together and created a special purpose vehicle, saying that in India we can't afford to go and do American College of Surgeons, European Resuscitation Council or American Heart Association kind of courses, cost too much money, not available in every part of the country. So let's create a solution for ourselves. Research is out there. It's not like you have to reinvent the wheel. So a program was created with 7 common groups of emergencies. A needs assessment was done. The doctors and nurses were asked, why are you guys getting beaten up so much in 2013? Out in the newspapers, doctors and nurses getting beaten up in 2013. Any idea why? Sorry? Yeah, but they were dying in 2012 and 14 too. What happened in 2013? The government of Karnataka introduced the ambulance system, 108 system. So that was introduced at that time. People who would have otherwise died by the roadside, at home or at workplace, were picked up, taken to the nearest rural hospital. These guys are not trained to do the right thing when an emergency comes. They normally run elective, small cases, outpatients departments. They don't know how to manage an myocardial infarction or a snake bite or a stroke. So people started dying in front of them. They didn't know what to do. Their lack of confidence translated to the patients and carers as arrogance or lack of knowledge or whatever. So the problem happened. So to that problem, the solution from the NGO in the forest was, let us look at what's the problem. Let's do a survey. 8 groups of emergencies came out: respiratory, cardiac, trauma, burns, bites, stings and poisons, neonatal, newly born children's emergency, pediatric emergencies and obstetric emergencies. Okay, so these were the things which were killing, and we don't know what to do about it. Please do help us. Out of that was born Jiva Raksha. Our mission is to have at least one lifesaver in each family. That mission worked really well wherever we've trained hundreds of thousands of people in communities during COVID time. They couldn't go anywhere. You say saturation, you say fast breathing rate, you say lung infection, you say death. Families think well, unwell. They don't know otherwise. Through these awareness programs, families and young doctors and nurses were able to hold back the death rate significantly in pockets where they were trained in Jiva Raksha program. So eventually, every household in the global south should have one lifesaver. And that goes by RRR, not the Oscar-winning movie or the song. It is recognition. Who's dying, who's not, who needs healthcare right now and who doesn't. Next is resuscitation. What can we do as a family? Okay, often in India, people die from road traffic collisions. Biggest reason for death, 40% death because preventable hemorrhage is not prevented. Somebody's got their arm run over, somebody has got the leg chopped off, they're bleeding and nobody is doing anything about that bleeding. Our blood is the best blood for us. You lose a lot of that, you come to a tertiary care hospital, a surgeon, an emergency physician, we can't do anything about it if you lose most of it. Okay, so and most of the time with the traffic and other problems, people don't get to hospital in good time. So things like that, you're bleeding out to death. Can a family member or a neighbor do something about it? They can. So that is the resuscitation part. And the third part, which is also very important, is the referral part. You have a heart attack, going to a small nursing home run by an allied health physician or a complementary health physician who don't unfortunately have the means to bring you back from a significant obstruction to your blood vessel, is not going to get you better from that condition. Snake bite, a lot of local treatments is given. You know, you put stone on top of it, you tie tourniquet. Tourniquet is a tight tie that you tie around somebody's limb. That evidence went out in 2005. WHO said this creates more death than problems, not saving lives. Even now, people are tying and tying and tying just above the snake bite site, creating kidney trouble, death, loss of limb, etc. So, to know the right thing, to pick up the right person, do the right thing, and send them to the right hospital. So, RRR as a policy saves lives. So, if you can have an instructor in every panchayat, which is a small village unit in India, and a municipal ward, which is the electoral unit in the cities, then we are very close to our dreams. So, quickly, the programs offered, you've got the basic emergency care life support somewhere below, and going up to the comprehensive emergency care life support, covering the 7-8 groups of killer situations in the country or global south. Okay, I'm saying global south for a reason. So you will also see many other training programs which we have branched out into, because those specialties have come to us and requested us to train them. The way we train, there is a difference. We train them 70% of the time in the hands-on skills. It's not lectures like this. You can see how boring I am. Imagine 10 of me standing and lecturing away how to save lives. Won't work. We put you in a positive, stressful situation where there is a snake bite victim screaming their lungs out, moving about, flapping about, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. What are you supposed to do? That was a question. What are you supposed to do? If you can take one set of skills away from today's session of saving lives, that will be good, no? Calm down is very important. So you have to do it right, is what the evidence says. R is reassurance. Calming down is very important. 85% of snake bites in South Asia are non-poisonous and non-fatal. But they'll get a heart attack. Oh, I've been bitten by a snake. There are people dying of heart attacks after snake bite. Nothing related to actual snake as such. Okay, so that 85% don't need to stress at all. The other 15% need to calm down to slow the heartbeat so that the poison is not taken from wherever it is to the important organs. Okay, so things like that. Can lay people, common citizens study these things? Yes? Good. So I is immobilized in the do it right. I'll finish off that one set of life-saving skills. Immobilize the limb so the blood doesn't flow too fast and take the poison away. GH is get to hospital. T is tell the doctor what kind of snake, where was it bitten, when did you find him, how was the patient at that time, etc. So currently that's our cumulative total of certified, 5 years certified, university certified, providers, instructors, and the number below is Bhutan. So during COVID time, I got grilled by the country of Bhutan in all the emergencies because they were looking for one course to cover their entire emergency care provider team. And comprehensive emergency care life support got picked up. 30 of the doctors were trained in that. 55 of the nurses and allied healthcare people were trained in emergency nursing and life support. So they, as well as Uzbekistan and Morocco, are now looking at these courses. Bhutan has already started training. They call it Druk Sok Chop, their local word for Jiva Raksha or life saving. Okay, so some photos, I won't bore you with it. Indian government has taken up the model. So we talk about scaling. Government of India is using the same model to train all the PHC doctors, nurses, etc. across the country. And these are instructors spread across the country and outside. We talked about bleeding. Some news about what we do at the community level. India kills most people in road traffic collisions. RASA is a project that is directed at cutting down death rates in that. And this is a STEMI project looking at myocardial infarctions. There are Jiva Raksha clubs in schools where teachers and students are trained to be lifesavers. And we are also, as one of our pillars, coming out with a unique disaster management conference in 2025. So that is in June. And these are pictures. I've been warned thrice that I'm running out of time. So if you catch me outside, I'll tell you what each picture covers as a life-saving story. These are all real life-saving stories by non-healthcare people, by the roadside, workplace, aeroplane, etc. Okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ram. This room is a little small. So 2 suggestions. Could you just bring your chairs forward so that we have some more space for people at the back? And I'd also like to invite some of you. If some of you would like to stand up for a few minutes to give some of the others a chance to sit, and then we can do this again. There can be some circulation. Anyone who wants to volunteer their seat for maybe the next speaker or so. Yeah. I really thank you all for coming. I'm so excited. Thank you. Next, I invite. One comment. So, thank you so much, Ram. It was great to know of the work and the expansion of Jeevraksha's work to Bhutan, potentially Morocco, and other places. Many of you work in several different states of India. Elsewhere in South Asia and across the world. If there are synergies that you sense where Jeevraksha can be a part of your own work, please feel free to talk to Ram at the end, because as I said, the main purpose of this meeting is for us to form a community of practice so we can take forward many of these solutions in a concerted way and an impactful way. So thank you, Ram. Next, I invite Professor Veda. Veda, we spoke a bit about Veda's work in organizational behavior and culture. She's a professor of management at the Indian Institute of Management, Udaipur. She's also the principal investigator of one of the district-wide health system strengthening projects, where her team has taken over is working with more than 100 health and wellness centers in the district of Salumbar. So, Veda, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Ramakrishna Prasad. I also take this chance to thank Swasti for bringing us here and providing this opportunity. So, the title of this particular panel talked about human resources, right? The moment we think about human resources in the public or in the health system, who's the first person who comes to your mind? Frontline workers, nurses, ashas, right? Now, what do you think about, say, in the public health system? What is your first impression about some of these people? Overworked, underpaid. What is your underwhelmed? Okay. So thank you so much for this, right? So because I'm going to talk about the context in which we have been working, and that kind of echoes some of the things that that you have observed from your own context. Whatever I'm going to be talking about is not going to be anything new, because you have already captured some of these points. But what I'm going to present is going to be more from the management lens, because we have been trying to use the management theories to understand the human resources, especially in the public health system. If you look at management theories, they are built more for the corporates, right? And we'll have to kind of see, what good aspects, what best aspects of those can be then brought into our public health system, so that we can make our workforce also efficient and effective in delivery of care. So the context that we are talking about is the districts of Dungarpur and Salumbar, which are neighboring districts to Udaipur. And we are working with the primary health care centers and Ayushman Arogya Mandirs, because I think all of you would be by now familiar with Ayushman Arogya Mandirs, or the health and wellness centers, or sub-centers as they were called earlier. And what I'm going to be talking about is findings from many years of research working with the public health system and people there. Again, I'm also going to be talking about our findings at 3 levels, right? One, at an individual level, as employees. Next, as a collective unit, as a team. And finally, how is this team moving ahead with the help of a leader, or who is typically a medical officer, or a BCMO who is the block level of a person in charge, or a CMHO who is in charge at the district level. Okay. Now, some of the things that I'm going to be talking about have been captured as part of our model that we are trying to implement with this Equip Health and Wellness Center, which is a national health research priority project, as being one of the 6 sites across India where we are trying to implement this, an implementation research project with the objective of improving the health and wellness centers to deliver comprehensive primary health care, right? So I won't go much into this detail, but I want to talk about the key aspect of the individual, team and leader level human resources, what is their current status, and what are our recommendations, okay? I'm going to now throw at you some concepts, right? Let's first start with individual level. One of the core things that we all think about as an individual is, what is my individual identity, right? If you take Indian philosophy, what is the most basic question that we are asked to explore? Who am I, right? Identity. Who am I? Trying to understand who am I. Now, why is this identity very important? Why is this identity important? Gives you the purpose. Any other thoughts? Sense of belonging. Okay, so basically an identity, if you look at theory, it says that an identity is an individual level. It's a lifelong process where you are constructing, reconstructing. It goes on happening, right? And it can be done at an individual level, but often this is a social process as well, because as I interact with you, as I learn from you, about me from you, your expectations on me, my identity is created. And this identity finally helps me in my behavior towards others. Okay, let's take the case of organizations. Why do organizations pay so much importance to identity? Because the identity of an organization becomes its culture, and that culture is imbibed by the employee of an organization. Let's take Tata's, right? What is the organizational culture of Tata's? Can you think of any? Ethical, responsible, trust, okay? These are some of the things, right? Now, this might explain why in 2008, when that, terrorist attack happened in Taj Mahal Palace Hotel in Mumbai, the people who were serving the customers there put their customers in front of themselves, right? So they were trying to protect those customers. What was happening there? Those employees had taken the culture of the organization and were trying to, that became their guiding principle in the time where they are supposed to act. That guided their behavior, okay? Now, when we went to our field and asked people about their identity, what did we know? We asked them, what do you think you are? Who are you, right? How do you describe yourself in words? And the things that came to our mind, or things that came to us was, okay, I have a permanent position. I'm a nurse, right? I'm a government employee. Now, nowhere else, these were all related to their job roles or their professional roles as their identity. Nowhere was that connected to the public system or the health system, okay? That to us was a huge gap, okay? Now, most of the training programs that government has, public system has, is all focused on training the clinical or the technical capacity of an individual. Nowhere is the focus on building that culture, that belongingness, right? That identity that can help them relate to an organization and that can drive their purpose. This is something that the corporate world is doing. Why don't we do this in the public health? Second, I want to take you to this topic of team. Okay? Before I go into the team, if I talk about cricket, right? Why do we so passionately follow cricket teams? What is it that makes team? Think in terms of this cricket team, any team that you like. What is it that makes you passionate about this a particular team? What do these teams share? Why do you need teams? Okay, there is some level of connection, but within the team itself, there is a sense of belonging, yeah? Single goal, excellent, right? Now what makes it a team, right? There are a lot of things. Let me start with this. There is a shared goal and purpose. What happens if one batsman is not able to do his job on a particular day due to some reason, the other batsman steps in, right? Now it is not always that, they are going to be doing it at an individual level. Everyone is trying to come together as a team because they have a shared goal, number one. Number two, there is this sense of belongingness. Someone spoke about belongingness, right, within the team. What does that do? You're depending on each other for your motivation when you're dull, when you're not feeling well, and the reasons like that. Third, different members of the teams are bringing in different skill set. One day it's a batsman who has to lead the team. The other day it has to be the bowler, right? So a team brings in the necessary aspects that kind of keeps the group cohesive. Now, what do we understand about teams in public health? There is very sadly absence of identification to that team, right? Each one is there for themselves. Second, because of this, there is this lack of psychological safety. People are not willing to take risk. Individuals in the team only stretch when they are asked by the leader and not able to kind of race together, right? Also, there is this lack of understanding of team performance, right? Every individual looks at their own stuff as a compartmentalized delivery, okay? Because of lack of time, I'm not going into the details or giving you examples of what we found which gave us this conclusion. But basically, we realized that there is a sense of lack of team oneness and orientation in the public health. And the recommendation is, can we develop policies which can help motivate people to function as a team rather than as individuals? Finally, I'll just take 1 minute to talk about the last part, which is the leader. A leader is someone who is who brings vision to a particular team, right? Or even if there are vision, he is someone who is guiding or translating that vision to the team and taking people forward. But what do we notice? There is a transience in the leadership. People are constantly churning at the leadership level. As we all know, and a medical officer posted in a rural outpost wants to pursue higher education, he quickly moves out. There is this constant churning happening, and therefore not much, he as a person is also not very experienced. He doesn't have a mentorship. There is no cohort who can help them to become a leader. Now, this is one of the other major gap that we find in the public health system today, and we recommend that we invest in management and leadership training along with clinical training for MBBS doctors. Train them young so that they are able to grow up the cycle by providing leadership to the entire public health system. So with that, I pause. So I'll probably, when we get a chance, we'll talk more on this.
Thank you so much, Veda. Just a quick time check. We're running about 15 minutes late. We don't have to change our pace or anything like that. Just putting that out there. Dr. Seema Murthy, over to you.
Give me a reminder at 5 minutes. I'll try to bridge that gap. Okay. Thanks. Welcome, everybody. Family caregivers, the most powerful force in healthcare, the untapped resource. We have a 2.5 million estimated shortage of healthcare staff to serve over 1.3 billion people in India. And less than 2.5 minutes on an average, one study, a time that a public healthcare servant spends with the patient and their family. The discharge advice, globally also, on an average, people spend 2 minutes to 34 minutes with the patient and their families. And this means that they get very little time. They're given a bag of medicines, they're given a bag of a bunch of instructions quickly, there is the power dynamic going on, and what is it that they'll gather in order to support the patient post-discharge? If you see, it is finally the family member who's the most invested of all the people in this system, in the healthcare system, the most invested in the patient's recovery because of the love factor that is there. So a short video, 1.5 minutes. Okay, sorry. I hope it plays.
In the quiet, difficult moments of life, where love meets action, there exists something profoundly human, a subtle act of care. Caregiving is a universal act of love. It's the little and big things that we do to help each other. In those early mornings and late nights, hoping for recovery, a moment of comfort, or a future that's healthy. Yet amidst these gestures of love, family caregivers, often women and girls, face complex challenges and are met with isolation, financial stress, anxiety, and so much more. Now imagine a different world where caregivers are no longer taken for granted and where we feel confident and supported by the systems around us.
We have our flagship program, the Care Companion program, which does just this and does it effectively to make caregivers capable, skillful, and better. We're trying to, this is the vision to make this the standard of care across health systems. The model is very, very simple, and its beauty lies in its simplicity. We identify priority care practices that are evidence-based, that can be taught to people, build engaging materials that are rooted in human-centered design, co-created with the people who are delivering this, and rooted in behavior change principles. So it inspires behavior change. We support effective care delivery. When we say training delivery, we employ existing government workers, which are typically the nurses and health counselors in the hospitals, and the CHOs and frontline health workers like ANMs and ASHAs. And they in turn, on an ongoing basis, train families along with the patients together, usually in groups, and that group training also inspires peer-to-peer learning. They ask questions, it gives them the confidence for that behavior change and things like that. Talking about what you said, Veda, that the identity of these healthcare workers, if I have to ask another question, how do doctors typically treat nurses in the hospital? They're really at that receiving end, and they're very much unrecognized, some of the words that you used. And what we've seen is this simple model of where this nurse is holding this tool and teaching families, is giving her a new identity, is giving her a new respect that she hitherto didn't find, and that's expanding her identity, and it's really making a huge difference, and they take a lot of pride in this. We also support through tech-based interventions post-discharge, which is simple mobile-based messaging through WhatsApp, and that continued care happens. Various studies that we've seen shows lot of improvements in cardiac care, even in a private hospital. This was in a private hospital. A 71% reduction in 30-day post-surgical complications, MCH 56% reduction in newborn readmissions, along with improvements in KMC practice, knowledge care, dry cord care improvements. Neonatal mortality decreased by 18%. Medication adherence increased by 42%. This was not statistically significant, but we are seeing a lot of evidence, and we've published this. Reach to date, It's been a 10-year-old organization, Noora Health, and so far we're there in predominantly in India, but also across 4 other geographies, Nepal, Bangladesh, and Indonesia. Over 12,000 facilities and trained over 24 million people. Typically, a class looks like this. We are converting the existing areas, the wards and the waiting rooms, into teaching spaces and learning areas, opportunities. This is the remote behavioral nudges that we give through the messages. It runs in a campaign mode, like for a PNC mother, it goes up to more quickly for about, it's not more quickly, at a regular duration for about a month, and then extended up to 6 months. For a cardiac patient, it goes up to 3 months, and then they can opt in for additional messages. Typically, these messages also have a two-way. It's in their own language. It's contextualized to their situation. It has a lot of rich media. It is in. They can also ask questions in their own language, either typed or voice-based, and a team of medical service executives at the back end answer these questions, and there is an escalation matrix which involves specialists. It's not an emergency care. It's not. We don't do prescriptions, but a lot of questions are very common. Simple things like, oh, my mother-in-law, I can't ask this question, but I need to know more about family planning. Or something about diet. Can you send me that video that you showed in the class so that I can bargain with my mother-in-law so she can allow me to eat proper food after PNC? I don't even get enough food or water. No, things like this. Unit cost per patient trained. At the global level, because when the program is new, it's little higher. At the global level, it's about $1.33, but in India, we've brought it down to $0.18, and that's decreasing, around 15 to 20 rupees per person trained, and that the incremental cost to the government is very less, given the advantages that are there. How are we with time? Okay. 1 minute. Okay. Looking forward, it's very simple. All of us can do it. Just turning the existing opportunities that we have, our wards into classrooms, our waiting areas into teaching opportunities. Formulate policies to integrate family caregivers into national strategies now. We need to recognize and formally support family caregivers in the healthcare systems. Ensure AI-enabled digital health tools, in particular through mobile messaging, to provide effective and long-term support. Thank you. It takes a family.
Dr. Seema. Next, I invite Shama. Shama will speak about the role of community health workers.
Good afternoon, everybody. One of the disadvantages of coming in sort of towards the end is that there's already content that's been covered by my previous speakers, and I'm under pressure for time. So we're going to try and manage both of these, and really appreciate your cooperation. So like RK said, my presentation focus is on community health workers. I put out a question here that I hope at the end we will be able to answer together. So this is really a question for all of us. And I think I want to start by talking about primary health care, again, something that RK started with. And the reason I bring this up is because it connects to what community health workers do, and also some of the lessons that I'm going to be talking about in recommendations, right? So it's an approach to healthcare for all people, being able to achieve a level of health that permits them to live socially and economically productive lives, right? I think the most important thing is that it's not only primary medical or curative care. This is very important to remember. I think we all forget that often, so I want to re-emphasize that. And it is not a package of low-cost interventions for the poor and marginalized, right? And I think the integration of health services and built into the process of community development is what we're talking about. And this requires political commitment, intersectoral collaboration, and multidisciplinary. So I'm really glad to see the kind of disciplines we brought together on this panel, right? Multidisciplinary involvement for success. And I think that is, in this context, again, highlighting this because this is sort of where the role of community healthcare workers also comes into play. Now, there are multiple delivery pathways when we're talking about primary healthcare itself, many aspects. We're not going to go into all of them. I will talk about the points of delivery, which is community-based, self-care, home-based care, facility care. Again, some of these things which have been discussed by my co-panelists, right? And again, important because community health workers sort of play a role across these points of delivery. Now, as Swasti, we've worked in both primary healthcare and human resources and health for the last 20 years, both in urban-rural context, working with national programs, working with international programs, market partnerships with community organizations and community health workers, not just in the public health system, but in the private as well as the civil society, social innovator space as well, right? And my effort today is to try and bring all of these lessons, a tough job for 10 minutes, is into sort of this conversation here, and I will do my best, right? Now, I think many of you in the room, especially if you've been listening to a lot of the social media conversations over the last 2-3 years, are now familiar with the India 1, India 2, India 3 sort of categorization of our population, right? Now, healthcare can be understood, or healthcare needs can be understood from multiple lenses, and income is only just one of them. And occupation, geography, and many other socio-economic aspects require consideration when we're talking about meeting healthcare needs. And that's why I put up sort of this lens, and this is only some of the lenses that I know I've left out the elderly, so it's not that I was trying to leave or add, but I wanted to give you a perspective of the different ways in which we could look at the needs of the people that we're trying to serve. And again, these people are our priority, right? We need to be talking about people that we're providing care for. So glad to have heard about families, because yes, family is often the first provider, the first responder, and families from these different customer segments also have different requirements of care. And whether they're rural, urban, peri-urban, across classes, there are some common needs that we see families talk about. They're talking about convenient care, close to home, easy to access, minimal disruption to routines is what they're looking for, affordable, cost-effective, easy to navigate. If I have elders and kids in the home, I don't want to be going to 3 places to try and get care for them, right? If I have TB in the house and I have a neonate as well, again, I have now to navigate multiple facilities to access those cares. How do I get to a single window? And how does it not demand resources from me? Right? So the demand on me needs to be as less as possible. This is again what we hear from families. And the question for most of us is, who is this community health worker? So they take on many shapes and forms across national, international programs, private sector programs, etc. And a rose by any other name smells just as sweet. Right? And a community health worker is often individuals, like many of us, living locally and providing some type of healthcare. It's very different in different contexts. And so what kind of roles do they play, right? Across the different care delivery points that I talked about earlier, they're going door to door, they're building relationships, they're mobilizing people, they're providing information, they're providing products, they're navigating, they're liaising, they're bridging, they're doing referral, right? The reassurance that Ram was talking about. I can see you, Radhika, so I'm aware of time, right? They're advocating for their people. They understand social norms and local culture, so they also understand some of the dynamics of why something's happening and not happening as well, right? And so the work that community health workers do is challenging, is to say the least, right? And oftentimes we found that identifying or recruiting healthcare workers is not the easiest. We often take whoever is willing. That's not enough of a requirement, because they have to work in various contexts, like some of my co-panelists were talking about, and those contexts need to be understood. We often oscillate between calling them volunteers, sometimes entrepreneurs, sometimes dedicated cadre. So depending on where in the country or the region you are, community health workers fit into all of those contexts. One of the key factors, or some of the key factors that drive performance for community healthcare workers is, of course, compensation, the working conditions, learning and growth opportunities, supervision and management. Now, all of these have challenges in whichever context that they're in, right? Compensation that has many other links back into healthcare financing in itself, but is something that gets talked about a lot. But working conditions, because at least most of the healthcare workers that I know are working mornings, they're working late evenings, they're working weekends. There is not really any time that they're not working, but is seen, like I said earlier, sometimes as volunteer work, right? And we've also seen that, for example, one of the things that I've seen over the last, say, perhaps 10 years is to say technology is that silver bullet which is going to solve for many of these things. And unfortunately, it's not. Technology sometimes can actually end up micromanaging our health workers and not providing them the kind of support that is needed to actually deliver health outcomes. The community health worker capacity building to be built as not just as individuals, they do need that, but also as teams like Veda was talking about, and to feel integrated within that team and managed and supervised and supported is one of the recommendations that you'll see coming. But we've seen that regular engagement with community health workers actually leads to better outcomes for families, but that's not necessarily how the system is set up to support or actually work with them. And like Veda said earlier, it's not enough to have technical knowledge. It is how to work with people in different contexts, how to work as a team. That is often missed out, right? And what we've seen and heard from community workers, it's their identity, again using Veda's language, of being able to serve people around her or around him that actually keeps them going and responding beyond the call of duty. And we've seen this often when it comes to community healthcare workers. So recommendations, they are critical to primary healthcare, right? Working with families, in most cases they're bridging and providing care close to home, right, where people live and work. And so recognizing community healthcare workers and therefore skilling, supervising, supporting and compensating them as the professionals that they are is extremely important. If we are to look at community healthcare work as a potential viable career option, then that ecosystem needs to strengthen how they work and get supported in both the public and the private space. And it's not just about the curative or the primary care delivery, it's also the determinants of health, and that's something actually that a lot of healthcare workers work with, right? Water, food, sanitation, across the departments, not just within health. And then finally, I think appropriate use of technology tools for both learning, care provision, decision making at a household as well as at a community level, as well as social protection or social security for community healthcare workers is something that requires collaborative efforts. There are currently efforts across the country, in the region as well, but they often tend to be siloed, one program scaling and trialing something, but not enough of everybody working together so we can make it all happen, all come together for all community healthcare workers. So that's something that I think we need to be doing more of. I hope that you'll agree with me that the vision of healthcare for all, which was my first question, is not going to be achieved if we are not strengthening and working with our community health workers, by whatever name we choose to call them, and requires the support of all the stakeholders in this room and outside. I'm going to quote, sorry for that, Sej. I'm going to just quote and wrap up here. I had a NHS colleague who said, health is made at home, and hospitals are for repairs, and therefore community healthcare workers are required to support that health being made at home. And if you'd like to reach out to us to continue working on the primary healthcare ecosystem, we'll put out the contacts. That slide has disappeared, but thank you, everyone.
Sehaj, over to you. Sehaj is going to speak about how we can perhaps leverage some of the newer tools that are emerging.
Thank you, everyone. I'm very lucky to follow the panelists that I am. I will not have to repeat their wisdom, and hopefully I can end on time. So the purpose of my talk is to share one vision of how we can leverage some of the latest technologies that are emerging to strengthen the healthcare workforce that we have. The technology that we are confronting now is, I would argue, fundamentally different from technology of the past. and is in effect becoming another team member in the healthcare team. And so how can we implement that? How can we use that? I'm going to show you a little bit of that. The ideas in this talk come from pain points that we have faced ourselves trying to scale high quality healthcare and healthcare financing, as well as collaborations and previous work with collaborators. I won't belabor the point, but we all know that quality of healthcare is the critical problem to solve, and it is becoming arguably the pressing problem more than even access. And if you look deeper into the problem of why might this be happening, we think one fundamental problem is that primary care providers are often left unsupported and with little backup and support. You know, we all know that the quality of medical education is highly variable, inconsistent, and if you look at sort of the amount of clinical exposure that physicians get in new treatment paradigms or changing disease burdens, it's very limited post the undergraduate training that most may just have. And where traditional sort of upskilling really fails is that firstly, residency-based postgraduate training is very limited. The opportunities for that are very limited. It's also costly to scale. And if you look at continuing medical education programs, often they act on the layer of the know and the knows how and the shows, but have very limited visibility on whether those skills are actually getting implemented in practice, and then give that feedback based on that. So our entire aim or our exploration is how can we leverage large language models like the technology behind ChatGPT and others to provide continuous skill assessment and real-time feedback on clinical performance in the clinical setting that is rooted in the context and the practice of the provider. In this sort of model, we see large language models as overseeing the clinical practice in real time, analyzing the prescriptions, analyzing the context, and giving feedback. Before I show you a demo of that, I'll show you some of the learnings we've had from implementing this already across 10 primary care clinics in an urban setting. With 21 GPs, the system generated over 2,000 encounters actually, generated over 5,000 pieces of clinical feedback, 11% of which was deemed as major clinical deviations from care guidelines. And when we give doctors the ability to rate the clinical usefulness of that feedback, 37% of the time it's rated as clinically useful for the practitioner by the practitioner. And in addition, the medical admin, the coaching teams, etc., are able to much more easily identify training needs, quality gaps, refine protocols much more on the fly. I would argue even in the public health system, this is the critical need, is figuring out what is the care that's actually happening at the last mile, whether it's the community healthcare worker or the CHO or the medical officer, so that we can become responsive, right? So we'll show you a demo of this. I hope the video will work. Yeah, I think it will. It's a 3-minute video, and then we'll close out. I'll demo a pilot version of this system. You'll see the system in action during a clinical encounter and after an encounter, while I'll go through how the system actually works. So this is actually a prescription that has been filled out for demonstration purposes. The vitals, the chief complaint, the HOPI has been filled. The patient symptoms here may be due to hypothyroidism, but the doctor is unsure. When they enter a diagnosis that is presumptive, then you'll see a clinical guideline automatically appear for reference. After the doctor has made their decision, then we will discharge the prescription and see what happens in terms of the second level of the system, the next level of coaching and feedback. So I'm going to discharge the patient, and in the meantime, while the system works, I'll show you at a high level how this is working. In this picture, the GP is in the center, assisted by a team of large language models that have the context of clinical guidelines, standard competency frameworks, and health outcomes of the patient. Based on this context, the system provides clinical feedback, decision support, immediate assessment, and generates personalized learning interventions. In such a system, we see training and education bodies could add skills and competencies which are responsive to the needs of the community or public health system in that moment. Also, clinical guidelines that are being refreshed continuously with the latest science could be easily integrated for context for such a system. Now, let's go back to the system and see what feedback has been generated. So as you can see, the clinical encounter feedback is as follows. The symptoms that are present are consistent with hyperthyroidism, but the ordered labs and investigations are potentially incorrect, and that is the feedback of the system. The practitioner can add a challenge themselves, and this will prompt further personalized learning interventions. You can see the personalized content is being generated real time based on the context of the encounter and the guidelines. It's prepared these learning goals, review the clinical features and diagnostic criteria for hypothyroidism, study the guidelines on the workup of fatigue in young adults, examine the evidence-based practices for evaluating non-specific symptoms like fatigue. They can click and access the learning resources specific, and they can go and see practice questions which allow them to test whether they have gotten the knowledge. All right, I'll stop there. How I would encourage you to think of this is not specifically for something requiring an electronic health record or whatnot. Too often the technologies that we put in the hands of our healthcare workers, frontline workers, are very extractive. Tell me what you did, and then maybe down the line I'll give you an incentive for doing that job. Very rarely is the technology there to empower and to give back some of the learning and the feedback and that sort of motivation. And we really think that that is the direction in which we need to take the tools that we put in the hands of healthcare workers. And the technology is also very quickly advancing to the point where requiring someone to enter in an interface may not be required, and you can do a lot more in terms of observing the clinical encounter in real time. So we really hope that this sort of thing can lead eventually to accredited competency-based certifications for frontline workers, and would love to be able to try to implement this in further settings. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So we saw a range of solutions. We saw a range of innovations. In the time that is remaining, and how much time do we have, Radhika? 15 minutes. I actually want to pick up a question that something critical that Shama alluded to. And actually in one of the other sessions I attended, where Sindhura Ganpati, who is a part of the Principal Scientific Advisor's Office, pointed out, across the region, in India, there are thousands of solutions for every conceivable problem. But one of the things we see failing is concerted action. People coming together, forging collaborations, working with multiple stakeholders, and translating these innovations into impactful and transformative, transform the landscape. So Shama, I'll actually start with you as a discussion starter. Now you've done this for the last 2 decades. You've tried to bring together groups, you've tried to catalyze. What have been some of the, and today in our session, we saw how many solutions have come up, how each single group has actually used innovations in technology, has thought through a problem. How can groups like this come together and engage in concerted action.
Thank you for that, RK, and thank you for taking up my suggestion, because one of the things that happens with our conversations is we talk and we leave, but that's not going to change anything out there. And like RK said, we've all done good work over time, multiple innovations and solutions, but how do we actually bring it together and not have to have this conversation 20 years from now, right? And I think the biggest thing for me is if we all come at this from our own perspectives, our own needs, and they're all valid, all true, all required, but how do we make sure that for whatever population, if we take a district like we were talking about in Rajasthan or Karnataka or wherever, how do we all actually get together and say we will collectively work together and address all of these? And that may be, like we said, it could be either life course continuum of care that we were talking about for families across a life course, or we were talking about, and I think standalone programs have been done for far too long. We do need to look at comprehensive primary health care and demonstrate that, saying that it does pay off in the long term, rather than shorter projects that each of us are sort of driving. And that's usually what happens, right? So if, and I don't know, Ram, where you are in whichever districts of Karnataka, but if we were to pick either geography based or whatever basis we want to define the goals and say these are the roles we are all going to play to our strengths, but together ensure that this can get achieved over time, I think then we're actually addressing the problem and not just expanding our own work. And I think that is the sort of the big difference, right? We want to see change at a population level over a period of time, so that I can maybe become redundant, or others who will be able to copy me to be able to do this somewhere else. But I don't have to go to 10,000 places, but we are actually scaling the result or the impact and not just scaling organizations.
Thanks, Shama. Ram, I'm going to ask you, so if I understood it right, your approach to scale has been, at the very inception of Jeev Raksha, a not-for-profit organization came together with Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences, which is the largest health sciences university in the world, if I'm not mistaken. I'm a graduate of RGUH. And your pathway to scale has been that since every medical college, nursing college in Karnataka, for the most part, is a part of RGUHS, there was a natural pathway for scale. And you created these courses to cater to different groups. I saw that you took, there were attempts to scale to Bhutan and other countries. Now, every state, whatever Jeev Raksha has done in Karnataka, every state can benefit from that. What are some pathways to scale that you see and adaptations to the model, as you think about your work in other places?
I think, thank you for the question. The basic answer has already been covered. We talked about team, and we talked about having a common objective. Like in this room, there are people from all parts of the world. If we are all sitting here with the same objective, that we need to prevent unnecessary deaths. So there, the professional ego and our organizational ego should melt away. So to take a cue from religion, we should become enablers, not converters. My path is the only path and my man is the only man or woman, and you have to do it this way, will not work in improving health at a community level. So we have to become enablers. So Bhutan is a good example there. We went, taught their instructors, and came away with very little input now. They are running it on their own. They have renamed the whole program in their own language. And only thing they had to change was the species of a mushroom, because they go picking mushroom in the higher altitudes of Himalayas, which are not a common poison in India. So they said, this mushroom poisoning you didn't cover. So we had to look it up, come out with the guidelines and give it to them. So they have put that in place of one of the snake bites that we teach in India, which is not, the snake is not there. So give up the ownership, make people enablers, and support them if you can as a continuous process. Don't give up and stand back and say, I am not there, that's why they're not doing well. Be supportive, but from a distance, and give up ownership. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Seema, your own work has several elements of both technology, unique groups. Are there, how has Noura Health and your own work approached potential collaborations, for example, with say groups like Jeev Raksha, which are into emergency care and capacity building, Swasti and Shama's work in community health worker capacity building, and potentially newer technologies such as Sahej spoke about. I saw one of the things you use is text messages, which were customized and in the local language. If you could comment on that.
Very, very open to collaboration, not only with other partners in this space, but also with the state governments whom we work with. And when we say we co-create, we really mean it in spirit and in practice, that every tool is, we sit with the workers to co-create. Talking about geographic and connections, there's a lot of connections right here. Family as a first responder is what we're thinking with Swasti. He's visited our office. Sahej was, he was in fact the research director at Noura, and then when he left, I came in his place, and that is a bit of the history. So very, very happy to collaborate, and as Ram correctly mentioned, giving that ownership away is the most important thing for other people to feel that ownership. And that is when you can create scale and our audacious goals of reaching 70 million caregivers in the next 3 years. Yeah.
Thank you. Sahej, how do you see your own work of the co-piloting approach going forward, and how can it solve problems for the different groups that you heard today?
I guess to your question about how to collaborate, I would say even in preparing this talk, I was just thinking about the fact that the idea for this probably would never have germinated without ever having worked at Noura in the first place, without having been exposed to the fact that, for example, at Noura, I'll speak, even though now I'm no longer at Noura, but one of the first lessons there was the unimaginable change you could bring about in a hospital just by giving power to the nurses to do the thing that they really wanted to do, which was engage with the families, train them, and do that. So I think that really shifted my perspective, at least in terms of, that change that was possible when you equipped the healthcare workers with that. And then I think other lessons and learnings from working in the public health sector. So I think just often getting this exposure really sort of helps figure out where do the solutions need to go, as opposed to sort of otherwise, right? I think even in this panel I've learned a lot from listening to the others. In terms of this co-piloting sort of technology, I see a lot of cross-application, ultimately in terms of giving more skill, motivation, feedback to any kind of healthcare worker, but actually getting it implemented on the ground will require a lot of co-creation and a lot of adapting to the clinical guidelines, the practices of those organizations. So I'd hope that we could do that in sort of an incremental fashion with partners in this space.
Thank you, Sahej. Veda, challenging question for you. So one of the things that I was astonished to see last year, I was working in Bihar, is with Ayushman Bharat, PMJY programs, when a hospital gets a little bit of money that they can manage locally, I saw the levels of ownership significantly increase, a sense of pride increase, and I saw certain innovative solutions like drawing lines which direct patients to the blood bank or to the laboratory, things I'd never seen, so it was incredible. Now, one of the challenges is many times those of us who don't work in government feel that bringing about change within government systems, and government systems we cannot ignore because they're the largest, and even small changes there result in massive scale and impact. In your experience, what are some ways to work with government impactfully, yet while being respectful to the culture of government itself?
Thank you, RK. That's, I guess, is an important question. Often, from the outside before, maybe a few years earlier, I would have thought that government might not be, or, district people may not be very willing to work and open to other organizations. But my experience last few years has told me that they are very willing and supportive to improve their own systems. There are only a few things that we'll have to be aware of. One is to listen to them, right? Often they know their challenges, they know what needs to be done as solutions. They just need a mirror. They need data. Sometimes they are so busy just keeping the ship floating or a boat floating, right? Day-to-day firefighting happening, that they are not able to invest time to understand where is that improvement need to be done. And as long as we are able to help them with that, I think I have found the government systems to be very responsive as well. Especially we as an educational institution who are going their route and being a government organization ourselves, we have not found any challenge working with the government as long as we are able to enable them and help them in their own mission. So to us it's not been a challenge.
Thanks, Veda. And I just want to point out, so one of the programs that you lead is a collaborative effort between a not-for-profit, BHS, Indian Institute of Management, and the government, both ICMR, so part of central government, and the government of Rajasthan. I think this really works. So what happens is, many times when a not-for-profit or a civil society organization tries to engage directly with government, there's a lot of resistance. There's almost a cultural, but when collaborative structures form, it results in certain forms of communication and acceptance, which are. We have 3-4 minutes. I'll invite, maybe we can take 3 questions or comments. We'll start with Dr. Ajay.
I have a question for Shama. Shama, 2 questions really. One is, so this is on community health workers, and to your question, I agree with you that we cannot have health for all without community health workers. The first question is that, when we talk about community health workers in India, it is really for the poor. Nobody in this room has a community health worker. Do we not need one? This is the question, because none of us do, right? Like nobody in the middle class does. So why do we think that we need this 2-tiered system where there is no community health workers in one tier? The second is that you talked about motivation. You talked about compensating them better. So within India, are there places where this works well, where community health workers or CHWs or ASHAs are compensated well and are able to work as a team? Because we call them an activist and underpay them, etc. So those are 2 questions.
No, I think fantastic questions, Ajay. If left to me, I think we would all have health workers. I do think in the long term, irrespective of class, which is why I didn't want to go down the only marginalized in India 1, India 2, or whatever other way we want to divide this up and say, I think community health workers are required for all of us, right? Whether urban, and again, we have them in urban, but again, only for certain pockets. I think that is one of the reasons why the system is not working as well as it should, because if we all had them, then it would fundamentally function differently because it's for all. So I'd love to have a community health worker for all of us. The second part, I think, where we've seen health workers and what do we say, the system working well is where, like RK or Veda were talking about, where you've been able to form these collaborative efforts, and you have others who are, well, I'm talking about in government, but in government it's that, but outside of government, yes, there are many, again, but because they don't get recognized as ASHA's equivalents, and the financing mechanisms or modalities are different, they are able to look at compensation differently, right? So I think there are a lot of social entrepreneurs. You started out as one and you had your own trials, but we have some of them here today in the building, not in the room, who are working with more today the health entrepreneur model, where they are trained, they are compensated, working differently, But yes, and I think that's going to be, at least for health workers, if you're talking about pan-India, pan-population kind of thing, we'll have to look at financing and the modalities differently. But there are examples, and I'm happy to talk. I think Koshika here from Meadow Plus, if anybody knows her, yeah, so that team is doing some really interesting work in northern India from a, connecting Sathis, I think they're called, in villages with referral facilities using technology, etc. And there are a couple of more across the country. But yes, I think there are definite examples which we can learn from.
Thank you, Shama. I've been told that we've run out of time. Yes, yes. So please, I encourage all of you to speak to each other, speak to the panelists. Yes, we have to leave the room. So sorry, I know your question has come. But let me take the opportunity. Thank you so much. This was really delightful. And I truly hope we come together as a community of practice and work together. I'm sure many of you have solutions, ideas, are looking for collaborators, looking for partners. And Aditi Shekhawat, she has a bunch of flyers related to the CPHC Alliance, which has some ideas as to how you can collaborate, how you can come together. Please do speak to her and you can collect a flyer as well. Group photo for the panelists. Okay. Yeah. Thank you all. Thank you so
Hello. Hello.
In the 1960s, with limited medical options, parents felt a deep sense of guilt and failure. Something had to be done to stop this menace. Inspired by the success of smallpox eradication efforts, in 1974, WHO launched the Expanded Program on Immunization, or EPI, later known as Essential Program on Immunization, to protect children's lives. The last case of smallpox in the WHO Southeast Asia region was reported from Bangladesh in 1975. The disease was globally eradicated in 1980. Between 1976 and 1980, EPI in Southeast Asia was launched in all 11 countries. In 1981, the Regional Committee of WHO Southeast Asia adopted the first resolution on immunization to strengthen the program. Today, as EPI completes 50 years, we take you on its journey filled with milestones, challenges, and achievements. The EPI first targeted the 6 deadly diseases and adapted to new threats by expanding its portfolio to 13 diseases. In 1996, the global intervention of the Vaccine Vial Monitor made vaccine management easy in Southeast Asia to verify its potency and safety. The adoption of auto-disabled syringes since 2001 reduced the incidence of needle prick injuries. In 2003, the first WHO Southeast Asia regional vaccine policy was launched. To strengthen regional immunization efforts, a regional immunization technical advisory group was established in 2008. And by 2015, all member states had functional national immunization technical advisory groups. These bodies provided technical expertise and evidence-based guidance to the programs. The year 2012 was declared a year of intensification to boost immunization coverage. Here are some memorable milestones. The Southeast Asia region's polio-free certification in 2014 marked a monumental public health achievement. Polio vaccinations prevented 196,000 deaths among children under 5 in the region. Through strengthened routine immunization efforts, coupled with relentless vaccination campaigns and community engagement, the region successfully eliminated the polio virus. With widespread immunization of pregnant women and improved maternal and newborn care practices, the WHO Southeast Asia region became the second region in the world to eliminate maternal and neonatal tetanus in 2016 as a public health problem. Measles elimination and rubella control was made one of the WHO Southeast Asia's flagship priority programs in 2014, which later supported elimination of measles and rubella from 5 countries of the region. In the region, measles vaccinations prevented more than 20 million deaths among children under 5. 6 countries have successfully controlled hepatitis B among children through immunization. WHO-accredited laboratories meeting global standards ensured vaccine quality, early outbreak detection, virus sequencing, and new vaccine research. While the progress made was commendable, challenges persisted. Geographical barriers, unreached populations, vaccine hesitancy, and misinformation hindered efforts in certain areas. The region implemented strategies to reach all children. Southeast Asia has expanded access to new and underutilized vaccines
against deadly diseases, such as diarrhea, pneumonia, encephalitis, hepatitis, and cancers.
The EPI's decades of experience in tackling health crises informed the COVID-19 response and provided more than 3 billion doses. Southeast Asia is the global vaccine manufacturing hub, producing 46% of the world's vaccines. Today, Southeast Asia aims to eliminate vaccine-preventable diseases, thereby reducing mortality and morbidity by aligning with the Immunization Agenda 2030 and the WHO Southeast Asia Regional Vaccine Implementation Plan. EPI's 50-year legacy has saved 38 million lives in Southeast Asia and 154 million globally. Through partnerships with communities, NGOs, governments and development partners, it has transformed lab discoveries into life-saving vaccines. Today, WHO honors EPI's pioneers and commits to a region where everyone, everywhere, and at every age fully benefits from vaccines for good health and well-being. It's humanly possible. In the 1960s and 70s, diseases like polio, measles, smallpox, and other infectious diseases claimed countless lives, most of whom were children. They were unstoppable. Children dying was seen as a norm. With limited medical options, parents felt a deep sense of guilt and failure. Something had to be done to stop this menace. Inspired by the success of smallpox eradication efforts, in 1974, WHO launched the Expanded Program on Immunization, or EPI, later known as Essential Program on Immunization, to protect children's lives. The last case of smallpox in the WHO Southeast Asia region was reported from Bangladesh in 1975. The disease was globally eradicated in 1980. Between 1976 and 1980, EPI in Southeast Asia was launched in all 11 countries. In 1981, the Regional Committee of WHO Southeast Asia adopted the first resolution on immunization to strengthen the program. Today, as EPI completes 50 years, we take you on its journey filled with milestones, challenges, and achievements. The EPI first targeted the 6 deadly diseases and adapted to new threats by expanding its portfolio to 13 diseases. In 1996, the global intervention of the Vaccine Vial Monitor made vaccine management easy in Southeast Asia to verify its potency and safety. The adoption of auto-disable syringes since 2001 reduced the incidence of needle prick injuries. In 2003, the first WHO Southeast Asia regional vaccine policy was launched. To strengthen regional
हेलो 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 ठीक है, ऑन है, दोनों दोनों है, ठीक है ना। थोड़ा सा हल्का सा और मूव करता हूँ इसको, हल्का सा, ठीक है ना। ठीक है, कैमरामैन कर लेगा वहाँ से कैप्चर। ये
Diseases like polio, measles, smallpox, and other infectious diseases claimed countless lives, most of whom were children. They were unstoppable. Children dying was seen as a norm. With limited medical options, parents felt a deep sense of guilt and failure. Something had to be done to stop this menace. Inspired by the success of smallpox eradication efforts, in 1974, WHO launched the Expanded Program on Immunization, or EPI, later known as Essential Program on Immunization, to protect children's lives. The last case of smallpox in the WHO Southeast Asia region was reported from Bangladesh in 1975. The disease was globally eradicated in 1980. Between 1976 and 1980, EPI in Southeast Asia was launched in all 11 countries. In 1981, the Regional Committee of WHO Southeast Asia adopted the first resolution on immunization to strengthen the program. Today, as EPI completes 50 years, we take you on its journey filled with milestones, challenges, and achievements. The EPI first targeted the 6 deadly diseases and adapted to new threats by expanding its portfolio to 13 diseases. In 1996, the global intervention of the Vaccine Vial Monitor made vaccine management easy in Southeast Asia to verify its potency and safety. The adoption of auto-disable syringes since 2001 reduced the incidence of needle prick injuries. In 2003, the first WHO Southeast Asia regional vaccine policy was launched. To strengthen regional immunization efforts, a regional immunization technical advisory group was established in 2008. And by 2015, all member states had functional national immunization technical advisory groups. These bodies provided technical expertise and evidence-based guidance to the programs. The year 2012 was declared a year of intensification to boost immunization coverage. Here are some memorable milestones. The Southeast Asia region's polio-free certification in 2014 marked a monumental public health achievement. Polio vaccinations prevented 196,000 deaths among children under 5 in the region. Through strengthened routine immunization efforts, coupled with relentless vaccination campaigns and community engagement, the region successfully eliminated the polio virus. With widespread immunization of pregnant women and improved maternal and newborn care practices, the WHO Southeast Asia region became the second region in the world to eliminate.
So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. May I have your attention, and we'll start in next 2 minutes time, We apologize, the room is a bit compact, but I mean, this was beyond our control, you know, there are different organizers, so, but we really appreciate your presence and time out here, you know. So good evening, friends, namaste, and a very good evening to all of you. On behalf of the WHO Southeast Asia Regional Office and our co-sponsors, CEPI, I extend a very warm welcome to each one of you to this high-level panel discussion on strengthening regional vaccine production through the introduction of novel technologies and expeditory regulatory pathways in WHO Southeast Asia region. Over the next 90 minutes, we have a packed agenda featuring a distinguished lineup of eminent speakers and panelists. We hope this session will be informative, interactive, and will offer valuable insights into the way forward for adopting novel technologies and adopting expeditory regulatory pathways. So if I have to quickly take you over on the objectives of our today's sessions, we have a twofold objective of this 90-minute agenda. One is to discuss the opportunities and challenges in further strengthening vaccine production. The focus will be on introduction novel technologies and expeditory regulatory pathways in the regional context. And number two, to establish a collaborative platform that drives actionable insights, strengthening the regional leadership in vaccine innovation and manufacturing, and enhancing the preparedness to effectively meet current immunization needs and any future pandemic threats that we have. So by the end of this session, what we expect is that in the next 90 minutes, we have some better understanding on identifying challenges and opportunities in adopting the novel technologies that we are going to discuss, expeditory regulatory pathways, and ensuring preparedness for future immunization demands with an actionable strategy and a timeline that we can understand for strengthening the regional production, vaccine production capacities, and sharing success stories of novel vaccine technologies in the region. Let me take this honor today to invite and introduce my two special guests that we have. We have Professor Taruna Ikar, Chairman of Badan POM, the FDA of Indonesia. And we have Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi, who is the Drug Controller General of and Head of CDCSO under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. To start off today's action-packed agenda, it's my privilege to invite Professor Taruna to deliver the opening remarks. Professor, time is yours.
Good evening, namaste. It is wonderful today. I have meeting and I have opportunity to deliver my talk about the challenge in expedite approval of COVID-19 pandemic vaccine, BPOM experience. BPOM means Badan Pengawas Obat dan Makanan, that meaning Indonesian Food and Drug Authority. So we have a lot of experience. Means during the pandemic we think it's not easy life, because we do understand when that time everyone's scary, everyone think a new experience for us, and other thing, a lot of things going on we cannot and unpredictable. Because of that, the reason Indonesia is one of the biggest in Southeast Asia country. We have big population as well, but not as big like India. We only have almost 300 million people population, but we are the biggest population in Southeast Asia. When the COVID came, suddenly there are two options for the government. Directly we follow the pandemic regulation, means we need to lock down everything, or we need have experience. But anyway, finally we combine any result we can get to make people can still alive normally, but another thing, we can save the life from the people from pandemic COVID-19. In the next slide, I want to say that the Indonesian FDA have or the rule about regulatory oversight one life cycle medicine in Indonesia. With that means all of things belonging to the product, food, drug, cosmetic, traditional medicine, cosmetic, and anything belonging to our body, invasive to our body, regulated by Indonesian FDA. From pre-market, start from research and development, good manufacturing practice, marketing authorization, distribution, even for export or import. And finally, in the last, if we have the illegally system, we get it, we have authority to do law enforcement. That's why the Indonesian FDA is a good example, is the country or institute can make and can do something for our develop the vaccine. For one is very nice experience in our country is when we saw that COVID-19 need vaccine. Without vaccine, we cannot eliminate the disease because this contagion so much and very easy to transfer from one body to another body. But if we have the vaccine, that means we can help to self-defense by immune system, so the people can protect themselves by the vaccine. But the problem is we don't have enough vaccine. Everyone, every country struggle to get vaccine. But one reason in the regulatory is how we get this vaccine as soon and easy way. So regarding our regulation, there are two ways to use vaccine. First is by traditional development vaccine, or the second thing by emergency use authorization pipelines. And we agree to decide to use emergency use authorization. What's different with the traditional model for authorized vaccine or by the emergency use authorization? So much different. For example, by using traditional development, we have a lot of time we need it. Start from virus isolation, expansion, and etc., etc. So much research we need to develop, and finally manufacturing process, clinical development from phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, etc. And belong our traditional development vaccine, we need BPOM need minimum 100 days to work day to approve one vaccine, and for Reliance we need 120 work day, and for regular we need 300 work day. That means more than 1.5 years, and many people already contingent many people in Indonesia already sick. We cannot use this style. We have to use emergency use authorization. Because of that, when we have developed Sinovac or any country we get from China, and then after that we have also many products from Pfizer, AstraZeneca, directly we declare we need to use emergency authorization for this pipeline, and finally only 20 work day we use it to get approval, and that because we need to use mass in the only short period. The vaccinized in Indonesia very successful, almost 100 people in Indonesia get vaccinated for COVID-19. That's why we early to decide to say that we are free from, free that means everyone already had immunity, that means the people already can defend by themselves. In the next slide, I say that Indonesian oversight acceleration of COVID drug vaccine development, we use it innovation ecosystem. In my leadership, I say the ABG concept. ABG concept is we use academia, we use business, and use government. Of course, the pentahelix also we need to community and media to develop and to pursue, promote, advertise that vaccine style. But the key to develop vaccine, to make a new vaccine happen in Indonesia, we have the vaccine merah putih from whole body cell. Even we have also, we say immunotherapy vaccine. When that time we say vaccine, Nusantara we did by development three angle. It's very carefully, academia, business, and government, because we know that academia, a lot of human resource, and a lot of scientists there, think out the box, a lot of experience in the campus. And other side, for the business side, I believe when that time many people needed to get the benefit, means industry always think about that. And below of Indonesian FDA, we have 100,000 industry. And with the resource and asset is 1,000 trillion rupiah, that means billion US dollar. That means in other side, in academia, less facility, but they have innovative and thinking about that. But in business side, also have a lot of money, a lot of facility, but have limited resource for innovation. BPOM or Indonesian FDA can like the hubs, they connect together to develop vaccine. And finally, for example, we develop vaccine to expedition the product facility assessment of COVID-19 medicinal product. We monitoring vaccine. We expedite registration process from 300 work day to just 40 work day, and we develop review recommendation special access for COVID-19. We also give the import license only just for 2 hours. If, for example, we get the vaccine from UK or from United States or even maybe from China, during 2 hours we can issue, we can approve the process. 2 hours, not 1 day, not 1 week, 2 hours. That means that is for expediting process to make, because this is needed by the people. That's why we do that one. And we have responsibility for many people. We expedite also, for example, there one facility want to open and develop vaccine. We help them, to assist them to give good manufacturing practice license or good manufacturing certificate. So far, from 15 work day, we just get them only 10 weekdays to approve the approval for the certificate good manufacturing. We postpone any site inspection, parallel condition approval if during the critical condition. And also we expedite the certification, GMP from 35 work day to just 7 work day. That means a lot of effort to make, to progress, to expedite the process to help the people. Also, we have the GDP for World Health and etc. Means our commitment in Indonesia government, we acceleration COVID-19 vaccine and also about the lot release. Only from 7 work days to become only 3 work days. That means we make everything faster because we are struggle to fix our infection process in Indonesia. So Indonesian FDA role in the building access to local COVID-19 vaccine, like I talked before, based on the ABG scheme, we develop academia, business, and government on behalf of Indonesian FDA. We have experience also about the mRNA COVID vaccine. We have the regulation efficiency without compromise safety and efficacy. That to make our local vaccine also can develop. Because when that time, we remember 3, 4, or 2 years ago, still we are struggle to get the vaccine. That's why we need special strategy to support our country to have vaccine. So what kind we can develop? For example, comparability bridge between study will depend on the difference of the original vaccine. Because we know so many type of vaccine for whole body, mRNA vaccine, and etc. So far in Indonesia, we already have, when that time only one industry manufacturing vaccine, we say BioPharm. This BioPharm have developed more than 134 years established, but we still struggle for develop a new vaccine when that time. We are expert to make the polio vaccine, but for the COVID-19 vaccine, we don't have experience when that time. That's why, based on that example, we develop feasibility rapid vaccine production by using messenger RNA technology. When that time, fortunately, many company, because there are 100 industry company in our country, willingness to participate by that schematic system, and finally we get at least 2 new vaccine industry. Say, for example, Etna is messenger RNA based, also inactivated vaccine Biotis, and of course protein-based vaccine BioPharm. Based on of that, we transfer technology by the formulation with a good strategy, and finally 3 of these company we have specialized product. BioPharm, the more than 100 year established, developed their own vaccine. Also another, for example, Etna and Bioetis also developed their own by business-to-business relationship to another country. And finally, we have enough vaccine in our country. That our strategy, and means by this and effort by the government as regulator, we take responsibility to help our country and also to help the world. Finally, but not at least, we say thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Tarunav, Chairman of Indonesian BPOM, for your thoughtful insights into the COVID vaccination. And the leadership in Indonesia BPOM helped Indonesia to expedite the approvals. And I'm very proud to announce that Indonesia was the first country in Southeast Asia region which launched the COVID-19 vaccination soon after the outbreak that started. So, sir, thank you very much for sharing your experience. It's really wonderful for this August gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? I just want to announce that we have the honor and pleasure of introducing our Regional Director, Dr. Saima Wajid, who is here with us. So thank you, Adi Madam, for joining us in this important deliberation. Thank you. Proceeding further, it's my privilege now to invite Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi. Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi is widely respected name in the medical and pharmaceutical sectors, having made significant contributions across both public and private sectors. After a long distinguished career in corporate pharmaceutical industry, he chose to serve the nation and joined the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare as Secretary cum Scientific Advisor, Director of Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission. He now leads the Central Drug Standard Organization, CDSCO, as the Drug Controller General of India, where he continues to champion innovations, transparency, and regulatory excellence. Dr. Rajiv, the floor is yours, sir.
Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Namaste. Yeah. So it's a uniform phenomena throughout the world. We have to call twice to get the response. So thank you, organizers, WHO, CRO, CEPI, for giving me this opportunity to come and talk to this August gathering. So time is short. I know allocated is only 7 minutes, but I think topic is interesting. I might get a couple of more minutes as a request. So Indian experience in vaccine is actually very interesting. It's an old industry in India also. We started from tetanus and DPTs of the world, and had done all kinds of investments from government, academia, industry, to reach to a stage where now we have approved the mRNA vaccine also. And also I am very proud head of NRA for a country where we supply around 60 to 70% of global vaccine demand for WHO and other agencies. And I'm restricting myself to vaccines only because there are many more things to talk when it comes to healthcare value chain. So I have a slide, but I will just skip some of them in the interest of time. What is more important in this context of vaccine production in India and our experience? So what we have also understood that we have developed an ecosystem in this country whereby today we proudly and very confidently say that we have everything in place to make that ecosystem successful, whereby right from scratch doing research to finally producing the vaccine for human use. It takes shortest possible time, and we have demonstrated that during the COVID, as was also being alluded by the previous speaker, Chairman of BPOM, Dr. Taruna. At CDSO end, as a regulator, what we have done very successfully is that today 99+% of my regulatory processes are all digitized. Very small portion, I think only one process is still to be done, which is a very small fraction of the whole dynamics. And this has brought lots of transparency into the system and a lot of confidence because of that transparency, confidence and trust among the stakeholders. So that is one good thing which has happened. We have all processes, standard approval process, 2 expedited approval process, emergency use authorization, which we used during COVID. And if you see, I mean, this is just the number of vaccine producers in India is almost 25, out of which 7 of them are WHO pre-qualified, a big achievement for the country, and of course serving the whole world through this. We have approved as agency 43 different kind of vaccines in the country, and these are some of the examples, and this includes right from the primitive ones like tetanus toxoid and diphtheria to the most modern, the mRNA based vaccines. So as I said, we have the expertise, and the ecosystem has developed so robust that we are very confident to deal with any kind of disease which is preventable by vaccination. We can tackle that in very short period of time. This is the story of COVID. We actually approved 11 vaccines for COVID, and all 11 were developed in India, either through collaboration with some foreign organizations like WHO and Oxford, or there were good number of vaccines which were completely developed in India, right from research to production. And this was a one thing which is important here, that if you see that the number of days which we took, the one extreme is actually we approved one vaccine in 1 day, and the maximum which we took was about 221 days, which went right through the clinical trial phase. And 1 day was possible only because we also have a mechanism of reliance, regulatory reliance with other agencies. And during pandemic, it was a conscious decision of the government that we will approve a vaccine which has already been approved by a strict regulatory agency like US or Western Europe, or Europe for that matter. And this 1 day and 2 day example are actually basically examples of reliance based approvals. So this is just to say that depending on the context, we have the flexibility of getting the product approved to help the population and save lives. As I said, this ecosystem is not something which was possible to be developed in a very short period of time. It has taken years, but today we are confident enough and we can say and speak confidently that we have that ecosystem. But we also started from scratch, and government policies, the private investment, interest, will, skill, everything was brought together. And today, if you see, to me, it's very clearly visible, the history is getting repeated. What we did in generic for world, we are actually now progressing towards doing that in biologics also, including vaccine. When I see expanded the whole biological domain, we have approved 42 different products in biological space, not vaccine, but the non-vaccine biologicals, which is a huge number when it comes to looking at the complexity of biological systems. And as I said, 43 vaccines is also a very good example and proof of our expertise at every part of the value chain, right from research to manufacturing to scale up to regulatory to marketing, supply chain. So the kind of energy, one more thing which I see in India especially, being regulator, that the energy around this vaccine domain is tremendous. The kind of discussions which happen, the kind of interaction which I see among different stakeholders, manufacturers, regulator, funding agencies, global buyers, researchers, government agencies, it's a example of a collaboration and a proof that a proper collaboration among different stakeholders can do wonders for the public health. And vaccine is one of those examples which is live in front of our eyes. And I would also like to quote two government agencies, especially relevant for the vaccine domain in India and for world through the development, is ICMR and DBT. The kind of research investment they are doing, the kind of research support they are giving through their different institutes is tremendous. And that close collaboration with industry has actually demonstrated during COVID and beyond COVID that vaccines can be developed by India through our own internal resources in a very short period of time. One more very important thing which is there in this country is that we don't only work for profitability. The pharma, healthcare, where vaccine is also part, is actually a service for this country. It's not a tool of profitability. It's not actually, we say that it's not business. And we have shown that during COVID that how important it was for us to share the vaccine availability what we had with the whole world where it was required. And that comes actually through that ethos of service in the Indian society. And if you see this slide, currently there are multiple vaccines under development which may not have a very huge business case. Very small number of patients you might have in these diseases, but still in the government public partnership we are actually developing these vaccines. And if I see chikungunya, Zika, Nipah, dengue of course is a good number of patients and a big problem for us. But if you see KFD, it's a seasonal, very few number of patients, very localized in one state of the country. But even then, looking at our responsibility towards the public health, we have taken these for development. The government agencies, the private partners, the private operators and manufacturers, they are collaborating and developing these vaccines. So just to say that as a country, we know our responsibility towards global public health, and our policies are being basically adjusted or developed to respond to the expectation of world towards India. And at the end, I would again reiterate and let the audience know that India as a country is and has demonstrated and is capable of developing complex products in a shortest possible time, where innovation, manufacturing, research, regulatory system are robust enough to give the best possible product for the world. Thanks a lot for the time. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Dr. Rajiv. Your leadership, your forward-looking strategies, and a strong partnership model has a profound impact on the industry, and it has demonstrated India's leadership in the vaccine world. So we really congratulate you and thank you for this work, sir. I sincerely thank our two panelists, our two esteemed guests who made these valuable comments, and I've set the tone now for other panelists to take forward the discussion. As we now talk to the industry, we talk to the program people, and we talk to other funding agencies as to how can we replicate these models, how can we take these strategies forward and for a better preparedness as we go in this 21st century. May I now request our co-host, Dr. Vikas Agarwal from CEPI. Vikas is a distinguished public health professional and is working as a senior global health South partnership lead with CEPI. So Dr. Vikas, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you everyone, and thank you very much for inviting me to speak. And I will, it's like, talking about vaccine in this gathering, it would be like, showing a kind of, like as we say it in Hindi, that showing the other lamp to sun. But let me talk about why vaccine and why they are important in pandemic preparedness. Vaccine are important, but it takes time. We all know that they are lengthy, vaccine production is a lengthy process. It can take as long as 5 years, 10 years, or even more. During COVID, we saw game-changing scenario where first COVID vaccine was approved for emergency use in just 326 days. Now, as we know that this has led to new standards and new possibilities of speeding up, and that's where we are all talking about, like what we have listened to the distinguished panelist. And it's also true. Imagine what if we had COVID vaccine in just 100 days, when the cases were just 2.3 million as compared to December 2020, when the cases were 68 million. The number of lives and number of dollars which we have saved by having this vaccine much earlier than when we had. So speed is essence, but what we also need to know, why we were able to develop COVID vaccine in such a short time? Because there was enough data and enough studies were already done on previous coronaviruses. So what is essence? Preparedness. We need to, so what does it tell us? It tells us that we need to invest in R&D, research and development during this peace time, and especially for the viruses which have greatest pandemic potential. So we need to create vaccine libraries. That's the number one. Number two, we need to invest in the manufacturing capacities which can produce top quality, safe, effective and affordable vaccines. And also we need to invest in disease surveillance and global early warning system. Not only that, but they need to be harmonized. And also we need to have clinical trials and lab network ready at wide geographical areas. And these need to be supported by regulatory policy and financing architecture. And what we have seen here with the support from the regulators, from the NRS, this is achievable. And what we need to also emphasize on to have financing architecture and mechanism also in place along with some policy incentives. And all these structures, they should be capable of rapid scale up, and that's essence. But one thing which we realized in COVID, although we had the vaccine, but access was a challenge. The COVID vaccine in initial days was not available for the countries and it was a challenge. So what we need to focus on equitable access. So what we need to have preparedness that it should be available for all the countries irrespective, regardless whether they can pay or not, but we need to have all the facilities and all the vaccines available for the kind of equitable access theme. Now for that, to make this happen, partnerships and collaborations are key, especially at the regional level and also at the global south level. We need to, and these partnerships and collaboration can help us to have legal frameworks or some kind of financial mechanisms, like we have revolving fund in Pan America region. So we need to work on those kind of mechanisms, and regulatory harmonization is also important, which we have seen that. So all these things at the regional and at the global south level would be critical to achieve this faster pace of vaccine approvals and availability. And CEPI, given its special or unique role in connecting all the stakeholders, we are more than kind of welcoming, and we look forward to this kind of partnership. We look forward to working closely with regional players and with industry partners, with NRAs, and to establish partnerships, especially in the global south, and we look forward for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Vikas. CEPI's visionary agenda of this 100-day mission can be a real game changer and can be really help us to plan better for this pandemic preparedness. And now is the time to plan, not when we enter to a pandemic. This is the period that we have to invest. And as our eminent speakers have highlighted, they have to invest in regulatory, they have to invest in coordination, they have to invest in making sure all the SOPs and protocols are in process. Dear colleagues, now it's time for our panel discussion. I am pleased to inform you that we have 7 eminent panelists who are here to throw some light and provide their inputs. These panelists are a mix of eminent experts in their respective fields. Our speakers represent a diverse and powerful mix of experience from the vaccine industry, manufacturing, program managers, to senior government officials and leaders from multilateral agencies. Colleagues, in today's dynamic immunization landscape, it is essential for vaccine manufacturers, regulators, government regulators, public health agencies to come together on a common platform to understand the complexities through which we are undergoing. We cannot work in isolation that we tell when to make the vaccines. Together we have to decide what are the likely threats, what are the warm bases we need for future threats that do exist, but we don't know when they will spread it out. As our speaker mentioned, we do have small limited transmission of a particular disease in area, but when that disease will spread human to human and make it a big pandemic or a bigger outbreak, we don't know. So we need to be prepared for such eventualities and ensure that our systems are in place. So to begin with, I will invite each one panelist in alphabetic order to make a brief comment, approximately 2 to 3 minutes, on the question projected on the screen for the panelists. So I'll start off with Dr. Adam from CEPI. Dr. Adam, please, the floor is yours. Okay, so let me read the question for you. CEPI's focus on novel technologies for production and testing and innovative regulatory approaches could serve as a game changer in the near future. What would you see the opportunity for accelerating vaccine development, and do you see regulatory alignment to this?
Great, thank you very much. What amazing presentations we just had from Professor Taruna and Dr. Rajiv. I mean, actually, what we've seen from these leading agencies is quite remarkable transformation which has occurred actually in the majority of regulators over the last 4 or 5 years since COVID. The collaborative instinct that is ongoing, I love the ABG analysis of academic, business and government. Many regulators are convening on this collaborative world. From CEPI's perspective, we look at speed as being important, as you just heard from the 100 Days mission. And to do things tremendously quickly at the time of the next pandemic is to be prepared. And the key aspects which I think are important to establish regulatory rules around is how we use correlates of protection. With correlates of protection, immunogenicity will be a secret to unlocking speed. Early immunogenicity data, animal challenge data, can give us inferences around the approvability of vaccines and how quickly can we develop that data and how quickly can we take some level of risks, but controlled risks, on particular technologies to allow early approvals. And how do we manage those risks, I think, is through the concept of what is truly meant as a platform technology. Many in industry and many companies and organizations bandy the word platform around a lot. It does not mean a product that is in phase 1 development. It really means a product that has worked its way through with the developer thinking about all of the aspects which makes this a technology that has a certain amount of elasticity and flexibility in the process, such that the process can be kept very stable, irrespective of the construct that is pushed through the manufacturing. And when we have these ideas and when we have these principles of manufacturing technology combined with immunogenicity, we can then accelerate things tremendously. Of course, those platform technologies as well, when they're well established, it allows for rapid tech transfers, because if you tech transfer into an organization which has familiarization with that technology, then it also can happen incredibly quickly. So those, to me, are critical components of speed and acceleration, but also somewhere where the regulators can consider it in more detail as we go through established frameworks of correlates of protection, established frameworks for what we mean by platform technology will helpfully unlock elements that industry can then work towards to establish the data sets that will be needed and reviewed by regulators, preferably in advance of future outbreaks.
Thank you, Dr. Adam. For me, we move forward and would like to hear from a manufacturer. So I would request Dr. Bhavesh Chaudhary, who is the lead at Serum Institute of India. And Dr. Bhavesh, we would like to hear from you. Can we have the question for this? What are the key enablers and challenges your company faces in scaling up of mRNA vaccine production in the region, while also maintaining the lead in the routine immunization productions that you have in the region? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think very good afternoon, everyone. Wonderful sessions. So the question is for mRNA vaccine production. I think it's a new technology. Technology as such is very compact. So scaling up is not an issue. We have a very good workforce. We have been in the industry for around 6 decades. So, and the good part is for, I think, the vaccine manufacturing companies are the good manpower and very experienced manpower. And the facility-wise also, we have a very set of facilities, and all the collaborators in India and across the globe, we are collaborating really well. So enabling part is I mean, I don't see any, foresee any kinds of problem. So it is very scalable technology. A challenges there is what we faced during the COVID time, and here is the GMP manufacturing reagents. When you go for scaling up, and it requires lots of very GMP and purified reagents. Let's say the RNA template, you have to make it GMP purification of the plasmid, then the the T7 RNA polymerase, and so all the reagents where you need for the scale up, and this really need to be a scale up. India is now preparing for it, but I think we need to export, and that's how some challenges is there. Now the other vaccines, what we have done is after the COVID, I mean, what we thought, we have channelized like all the companies resources to manufacture only COVID-19 vaccines. So we have prepared as a dedicated pandemic preparedness facility. It's a huge independent building where all the platforms, especially the mRNA and even the vector, based vaccines. So we have prepared the whole facility. If thing comes, I think we can pull all the guns and we can manufacture it. So that's how we are planning. And in this process, we do not anticipate now. We don't know the God's will how impactful the next pandemic is going to be. But as a human and as organizations, we have taken a very dedicated and engaged step to manufacture those facility, and we hope that we can help the market with the existing EPI vaccines as well. So.
Thank you, Dr. Bhavesh. This is really insightful, and so glad to hear that how well you are prepared, and also some of the challenges that you have in terms of further moving up. Moving forward, we would now like to hear from Dr. E. Susyanti, who is the Production and Supply Chain Director at Biopharma Indonesia in Bandung, a very beautiful city. And we would like to hear from you, ma'am. The question is, how do you see the mRNA technology shaping the future of vaccine manufacturing in the region? What impact it will have on production capacities? Do you foresee excess production and further reduction in prices? Ma'am, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the question. So with regards to the mRNA, I believe that mRNA is a promising new platform for the vaccine production. So if we look from the positive side of the pandemic, this pandemic is accelerating everything, including the development of this platform. And we now understand that the mRNA platform will be the next generation of in the vaccine manufacturing. So the beauty of this platform is that we can adapt this platform to many kind of antigens, and it can be done in a shorter time relatively compared to the traditional vaccines. So if we again learn from the COVID pandemic last time, the challenge is attaining the equitable access to the vaccines. So therefore, the shaping of the regional and securing the regional capacity is very important in this case. And soon after the pandemic, the WHO initiated the Global mRNA Vaccine Technology Transfer Hub, and Biopharma or Indonesia is become one of the recipients, together with Vietnam in the Southeast Asia region. And then in the Asia region, we have our colleague here as Biological E from India and also from Pakistan, who received to receive this technology. And this initiative, I believe, this initiative will secure the regional capacity for this vaccine if there's another pandemic in next time. So if we talk about the excess production, I believe because now we are collaborating better, so we assure that nobody is not repeating or duplicate the work. So for example, for the mRNA, we have a collaboration in the R&D and also in the regulatory. And Thailand, for example, they have a strong R&D, so maybe they can develop the seed, for example, and Biopharma or Indonesia, which has a big capacity in the production, so we can be the manufacturing hub for the region, for example. So I believe this collaboration will not allow the excess production capacity. And if we talk about the price, yeah, of course, our goal is to achieve the affordable price. The important aspect in maintaining the affordable price is that we should implement the push and pull mechanism. So from the manufacturing side, we are pushed to increase our capacity, increase availability of the vaccine, but from the stakeholder, from the government, for example, or from other institutions like Gavi or UNICEF, shall also procure this vaccine as a pool mechanism. So I believe with this mechanism, we can maintain the affordable price. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Susyanti. These are really important insights. And being one of the biggest manufacturer, you have a first-hand grip on how things will go in terms of scaling up and controlling and making prices affordable for the system. So thanks a lot for that. Our next panelist is Dr. Navneet Tewatia. Dr. Navneet Tewatia is a consultant policy and advocacy in Asia and Pacific region in the MPP, the Medicines Patent Pool. So Dr. Tewatia, your question is, how is MPP supporting vaccine development and manufacturing in Southeast Asia region by addressing patent-related challenges? Floor is yours, sir.
Good evening, and thank you very much for giving the opportunity to be part of this discussion. So just for everyone's benefit, Medicines Patent Pool is a public health organization. It was established by UNITAID in 2010 with the primary objective of improving access to health technologies, including vaccines. And we do it through two major actions. One is through the voluntary licensing, and second, technology transfer. So in all these years, we have established 56 manufacturing partners and product developers. And Southeast Asia region is most important for us because more than half of our partners, they are in the region, in India, in Bangladesh, in Vietnam, in Indonesia. So in 2021, NPP along with WHO established this mRNA technology transfer program to improve health security for LMICs by strengthening future pandemic preparedness through sustainable regional production of mRNA vaccines. So primary objective is to have a sustainable mRNA manufacturing capacity in the region with no or limited capacity, to introduce new biologicals and also human resource development, and to have biomanufacturing capacity in the region, and also developing and scaling the regulatory capabilities to support and accelerate for the regional approval and distribution of mRNA. So NPP along with WHO is supporting the development of and tech transfer of mRNA-based manufacturing capacity to 15 manufacturers. And again, Southeast Asia region is important because 5 of the countries, they are the recipients, and 3 of the Southeast Asia region countries, India, Indonesia, and Bangladesh. So it offers opportunity to further develop and innovate and apply technology to other disease areas of relevance. And for that, we have regional R&D consortia, which look into the disease areas of importance in the region. So for the future pipeline, to establish sustainability and building this pipeline for future. Towards this, NPP and WHO have coordinated the development of 4 of such consortia in the region. And they are looking at the targets, for example, dengue, malaria, therapeutic human papilloma virus, hand and foot disease. These are the focus areas. While coming to patent challenges, what NPP is doing is that we are mapping of all the mRNA technology patents, and forming up these patent landscapes. And these are all publicly available on our website called MadSpal. So we are also supporting our manufacturing partners by building their capacity. We are doing online webinars and supporting them into the patent analysis so that they can know how to search patents and which can be potential barriers in future, or if they are looking forward to expand into new technology areas, then they can foresee that which patents can be challenging. And most importantly, what we are doing is we are supporting by conducting the in-country freedom to operate analysis, which becomes very important because this helps in evaluating whether there are any patents that may be infringing, that can put barrier in future. So these are some of the activities which we are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tevatia. Unfortunately, because of time constraints, Professor Taruna has to leave. So I would request your reflections, sir, at this stage. Although it was designed that at the end both our eminent speakers will speak, but because of your pressing time and other engagements, we'd like to have, sir, your comments, please, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, to give me opportunity to answer some comment belonging to my presentation. One thing we know that pandemic, COVID-19 is end, but a new pandemic near or long or far away from now will coming again. That just to make sure. Because of that, we need to preparedness. We need to preparing this condition. Regarding the Dr. Adam comment about the concept how to preparedness for a new pandemic, we know that as a scientist, I do understand well that my research belonging to specific disease, belonging to diseases, virus, bacteria, even parasite, that a lot of things have opportunity, can challenge us in the future to become pandemic. Because of that, we need to be ready. For readiness, government cannot do everything. We need help for community. We need help from everyone, include from industry. That's why we have concept about the ABG. Academia, we know in academia, more than million institution, million university around the world. In Indonesia only, for example, we have almost 4,000 university. That means that a good opportunity for scientists, for human resource, a lot of resource from there. We need to deliver it. We need to use them. We need to coordinate with them to contribute for a future pandemic. Because in the campus, as a professor, as a scientist and a lecturer, we always push our community inside the campus to think out the box, to get a new thing, even technology, idea, etc. Because of that, the reason, for my opinion, we need to collaborate, we need to ask contribution for the academia. And I believe also, during pandemic COVID-19, academia contribute a lot. We do understand how the Oxford University, how the Harvard University, how the University of California, Chongqing University from the campus in China, and Institute India Technology also contribute a lot. I mean, we want to promote the concept that we need to always communicate and asking contribution from university. That's the first one. The second thing, I think, belonging to industry. Industry always have many things. We know that industry, in Indonesia, we say that industry is part of the pillar of BPOM, pillar of Indonesian FDA. Without industry, BPOM cannot do anything. That's why also we asking contribution from academia, also from industry. In Indonesia, for example, we have a lot of industry, from the small size, the micro size, medium size, until the huge, the big one. We have almost 500,000 industry. That means from there, a lot of idea to contribute to develop, for example, vaccine. Vaccine not only for virus, not only for mRNA virus, whole body, and many type of technology can develop if collaboration between academia and industry, because both of them can support each other. And industry, they support facility, financially, etc., many things. And industry will get benefit if they communicate with the academia, because from there they can get a new idea, they get a new resource for the scientists, etc. Means will be a lot of benefit. In academia also will be the same thing. For example, in Indonesian style, even in America, because I'm faculty also is one university in America, campus push us very much to develop many ideas. Minimum any bachelor science, master of science, even PhD student should have the thesis or dissertation. That is a novelty. That means people inside the campus struggle for develop the technology that we just use them. And also academia use industry. And what the government side? Government is the like hub to make the communicate between them. Of course, in Indonesian FDA also have a lot of funding and a lot of grant. We can support them from our budgeting. But at least this concept, ABG, will be, I promote for everywhere, I think, to be a good for prevent and to come back for a new pandemic in the future. So another thing I want to identify about the areas to support future pandemic, I believe we can build the capacity of building on resource and the future and the people, etc., by using the schematic system. We're strengthening also pharmacovigilance and advanced technology. Another side I want to tell this forum that currently Indonesian is under assessment of WHO to get the WHO listing authority. We're asking support for, because this is a forum of WHO, we have, I just want to say that under my leadership, Indonesian FDA will have very highly commitment to support and to strengthening our regulatory system in Indonesia. And I believe we can show already, because we are under assessment, I believe we hope in this year we can get this WHO listed authority. Thank you.
Was here to listen to this session that again reiterates how importance WHO takes to work with the manufacturers, to work with the regulators. And on behalf of my department, I can fully assure you, sir, of our fullest support and technical cooperation through BPOM and Indonesia to help Indonesia move forward in this WHO listed authority application process, So we are there with you together, and we'll work on that, sir, together.
Thank you for your attention, and I'm sorry because I cannot finish this forum because I have another agenda we already scheduled it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, and a warm applause for Professor Tarun. So colleagues, we will move forward, and we still have very interesting and exciting discussion points. Moving forward, I would now like to introduce our next panelist is Dr. Pawan Kumar. Dr. Pawan is the Additional Commissioner in charge of Immunization and Maternal Health in the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare in Government of India. Dr. Pawan brings a vast experience in his position and led the India COVID response in the ministry for the vaccination part. So Dr. Pawan, the question to you is, what gaps still exist in aligning regulatory and production capabilities with immunization program goals and timely access to vaccine in India and broader in the region? So over to you, Dr. Pawan. Yes, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and the dignitaries on the dais. Thank you very much to give us an opportunity as India and API manager of India. We have a huge cohort of 29 million pregnant women, huge cohort of 26 million newborns, and indigenous production of vaccine for the country. The question tells that what gaps still existing in NRA system. Our NRA system is very robust. Our production capacities, they are very fulfilling as per the Indian context, the Indian demand is concerned for vaccine. We have 11 vaccine for 12 vaccine preventable disease, and all are indigenous. And besides this, keeping the fulfillment of our own system, almost 50 to 60% of vaccine we export to low and middle income countries. Country decides the pricing of Gavi and UNICEF production also. And the vaccine which are given from India, their quality is par excellence, because recently last year under the leadership of Dr. Rajiv, we have undergone a NRA assessment under GBT tool for WHO. We have been subjected to a very rigorous benchmarking, and we are maintaining and sustaining a maturity level of 3. And the score which we got in so many other functions, they were very high. And that develops a confidence for the vaccine, not within the India, but outside the other countries also. That is why we have a vast exporters from our own industry from this country. As far as the regulatory functions, they are concerned from CDSCO. They are very powerful functions in terms of laboratory, testing, and all the parameters which are required by the CDSCO for the industry, they are very well met by all, including clinical trials and so on. Our CDSCO and the industry, they meet the WHO PQ criteria, as Dr. Rajiv has shown in initial slides. Many vaccines, they have WHO PQ. They are already in a pre-qualification stage. And we have a diverse portfolio for the vaccine, starting from all 11 vaccines which we have, besides then exporting all those vaccines. Besides the dengue, malaria, which we are not using, but we have a export promises for other countries, and that vaccines, they have been exported. Affordability of the price is well known to not in India, across the globe, and to the Gavi partners, to the UNICEF also. Research and development, country invests a lot of things in research and development for the newer vaccines. Like in the COVID, the best example is the COVID, where we were having a Covaxin, Covishield beside other vaccine, which we have a discussion for messenger mRNA vaccine also. So the country has produced, and so many vaccines, as our NRA, our Dr. Rajiv from CDSCO, they have shown that so many vaccines, they are in the kitty for this country. And the government has a strong commitment for the vaccine and the confidence for the vaccine in the country. Since our cohort is very large, so meet those deficiencies, sometimes they arise because of huge cohort, maybe because of manufacturing plants, they have a problems. The country has brought a new system of new development tenders also, where new partners they can play, which they don't have a long market standing. So that is another option to bridge those gaps if it is required. I think so our system is very robust in terms of that. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pawan, for reiterating that. And we saw in the last decade or so how India has really transformed and scaled up things out here. Moving forward, may I now introduce our next panelist, is Dr. Kaviraj. He is the Associate Director and Head of R&D at Genova. And Dr. Kaviraj, the question for you is, how can mRNA vaccines platforms be adopted for broader regional health priorities? And how are you making national and international alliances for this purpose?
Thank you, organizers, for inviting Genova, and very good evening to all of you. Quickly, I'll introduce Genova. Genova is the first company in India to have 2 mRNA-based vaccines during the COVID period. We are like the first company probably having the thermostable mRNA vaccine. So from a platform point of view, I don't think I need to reiterate what Adam and In had already told us, because this is probably the vaccine which can have the fastest response times in terms of delivery. And being a platform technology, it needs a minimum tweak in terms of the gene sequence. And it can be readily scaled up, readily tech transferred, and for local manufacturing. But what's important is what we have done over the last few years is make this technology more accessible in terms of thermostability and also in terms of cost, because that was probably one of the reasons, both thermostability and cost, that it could not be brought to LMICs and the Southeast WHO region. So we are working in that direction. And as far as our program goes, we are supported heavily by CEPI for development of rabies and Nipah vaccines. And internally, we are working on the tuberculosis vaccine. And both for rabies and tuberculosis, we already stand at the preclinical stage. And with special mention to tuberculosis, where we have got 3 novel antigens, which have never been tried in the field. And we already have the preclinical data on the thermostable vaccine. In terms of what opportunities we have for this August gathering is, I think if we could set up a consortium in this region where there is a sharing of business models, sharing of multicentric clinical paths, sharing of regulatory harmonizations, and if possible, supply chain elements as well. So that would, at the end, would give us in the peacetime avenues which can be easily accessible during if there is a pandemic. So this is what I wanted to tell the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kaviraj. I think a very novel suggestion and definitely worth considering and deliberating on how it can be done. And this is the time to do. You don't have to wait for the next threat to come, but now is the right time to work on these elements. Our last panelist, last but not the least, is Dr. Vikram Paradkar. He is the Executive Vice President of Technical Operations at Biological E Limited in India. And Dr. Vikram, the question for you is, investments required for strengthening regional capacities for mRNA platforms. Can the long lead time for manufacturing and release of vaccines be in days rather than existing, which are in months now? What are your views on that? Thank you.
Yeah, I think mRNA has shown to be a very important platform for future vaccines, and we participated as a recipient of the WHO Technology Transfer Hub from Afrigen in South Africa. And what that has done is it has catalyzed a lot of work at BioE. I think you can benefit a lot from participating in these type of endeavors. And what it gave us is an idea about benchmarking ourselves to other organizations. And with that, we could quickly then advance this technology, obviously not for COVID vaccines. We are now already using it to probably advance 3 different vaccine candidates into development, and would lead to a good vaccine for currently unmet needs. Now, in terms of long lead times, we are all used to very routine manufacturing of vaccines, where we establish all the supply chain, all the manufacturing cycle times, and so on. And we deliver vaccines day in, day out. This year, biologically, my company will be delivering more than 1 billion doses globally. However, in pandemic times, some of these cycle times need to be much shorter. And a lot of initiatives that regulators have taken to remove some of the animal testing requirements and replacing them with much more powerful and much more scientifically rigorous in vitro tools that tell us much more information about the vaccine than some of the existing models can tell us. That would go a long way towards definitely reducing these times. mRNA as a technology actually is probably ripe for this because the vaccine characteristics are so well known that they can be quickly assessed and find out whether you are making the right vaccine or not. Sometimes the vaccines, especially the older generation vaccines, are so complex, their properties are not fully understood, and that's why it takes a long time to test them to make sure that there is a consistency in quality attributes. So from that perspective, I think mRNA vaccines will definitely be a big leap to make vaccines available in a very short period of time, both from a development perspective as well as from a delivering to the market perspective. And I say I think the more we invest into technologies which are, for example, evaluating toxicity on a chip or organoid model rather than a whole animal model, or assessing biological activity or potency through faster technologies. I think all of these will go a long way to actually reducing all of these cycle times, and where we can make vaccines available very shortly. A lot of times we also do a lot of tech transfers to partners for some of these testing technologies also. And when we develop something new or we come across something new, we also try to bring that in-house. For example, National Control Labs also work with us to take the methods that we have developed and we transfer to them. So they are also fully versed with that. And when time comes to start testing and releasing batches, they already have that technology at their disposal. So I think we have recognized that these lead times need to be much shorter, and a lot of other industries have already adopted them, and I think vaccines are also adopting very quickly now.
Thank you, Dr. Vikram. I think it was very insightful of you to spell out these steps that you see in future, how things can be rolled out. Colleagues, we have a little bit of shortage of time because at 6:30 there is the inauguration of this entire the World Health Summit. So keeping in view that the time constraints, I would take the prerogative and ask two more questions to two of our panelists, and I'll start off with Adam. Dr. Adam, how do you see CEPI's role? Having heard all this, our regulators, our manufacturers, our partnerships that we have, the WHO leadership which was here, how do you see CEPI's role in fostering global collaborations, including tech transfer hubs and shared R&D platforms and collaborative multi-country manufacturing?
Maybe I can take this. Oh, it's working great. I think it's all around about the collaboration and the networks. I think engaging with regulators around the world to make sure that the regulators have all the tools that are necessary. And we heard very clearly from Professor Taruna and Dr. Rajiv that the regulators do have those capabilities and those technology, the capability to work with industry, to work with researchers to accelerate things as much as possible. CEPI also invests in manufacturers as well, so that there can be rapid scale up and manufacturing of different technologies. The key, as I said earlier, is where you have clear platform technologies, there's no reason why you can't have those ready set up to go in different manufacturing facilities. It is just so important. All of this work has to be done in the preparatory phase. And I was talking to colleagues earlier today about chikungunya outbreak. We have an outbreak in Mauritius, East Africa. It's no doubt going to spread. We know there are sporadic cases and little hubs of outbreaks even in India. And there are 2 vaccines that are now approved in Europe and the US, with tech transfers going on at the moment to BioE and to Serum Institute. And I think this is a great opportunity before the disease spreads into Africa, before we have an explosive outbreak in India, to work collaboratively on those tech transfers, on the collaboration with regulators, to really plan in advance before we have those outbreaks so that the vaccines can be tech transferred, worked with the regulators to get licensure, so that when we do have the cases, we actually have a supply, because at the moment there is almost no supply of those two vaccines around the world. So I think that collaborative instinct, that preparatory instinct has got to happen before. We can't be scaling up manufacture. We can't be dealing with licensure when there is an outbreak, because in the case of chikungunya, it is so explosive and so rapid that we have to be fully prepared in advance.
Very relevant question, and I think currently these vaccines are only for travelers. When people are traveling, but they don't, I mean, you don't see the risk that what if the disease spreads out there? It's a very naive population and it can have an explosion, a huge outbreak. And the vaccine is there, but there's very limited capacity to produce and scale that up, So these are some, I think, innovative ideas, and what Dr. Kaviraj suggested of a hub where people can come forward, discuss and bring all this information, sit together and think in a forward strategic way as to what can be done, who can share what information to benefit the entire humanity, I would say, in terms of having the product at the right time when there's a need. And my last question again will be for Dr. Pawan. Dr. Pawan, we've heard so much about mRNA vaccines, and currently in our routine immunization, we don't have mRNA vaccines. So how does the EPI program foresee integrating next generation vaccines into the routine immunization program? Thank you, Dr. Pawan.
I think it's very important questions, and a lot has been discussed about the mRNA vaccine for the country. We all understand that our regulatory NRA system for the country and introduction of a new vaccine through NTAGI, both are very robust. NTAGI stands for National Technical Advisory Group for Immunization. Any vaccine which comes into the country, it passes through a very rigorous process through as our Indonesian colleagues were saying about academia. The NTAGI is being chaired by Union Health Secretary, which is co-chaired by Secretary DBT, Department of Biotechnology, then co-chaired by Secretary DHR ICMR, which is a research body. And then we have a public experts, academia, immunologist, microbiologist. So it's a huge body, and giving any input to NTAGI, there is a Standing Technical Advisory Group, STSC, which is led by secretaries, two secretaries as a co-chair, Secretary DBT and Secretary DHR. Then we have a working groups on each vaccine. And the working groups, they have a thorough data. What is the prevalence of the disease? What is the burden of a disease? What will be the capacities if the vaccine is introduced in the country? Because our cohort, as all of us know, is very huge. If we introduce a vaccine and after some time we have a shortage of vaccine, then the back end should be ready if we come at the front end. So country passes through a very rigorous process for introduction of new vaccine, which we have heard about messenger RNA. And we have a experience during the COVID-19 also about the mRNA, Moderna vaccine. So many vaccines, they come in a very short duration of time. We have a then program capacities, capabilities, and the cold chain, basically. Temperature regulation was very important thematic area which have been discussed in last 1 hour, the keeping that temperature. Then because we have more than 30,000 cold chain points in the country, till the village level, sub-center level, PHC level, then having refrigerator and all those systems. So that is we have our cold chain systems in the country, well-established cold chain in the system. But we are open for other newer vaccines also. But they have to pass through a very rigorous process of working group, then STSC, then NTAGI, and so on. And we have experience of the mRNA vaccine during the COVID-19 also. The acceptability of that vaccine by the people, the beneficiary also. During COVID-19, we have heard about that is a messenger RNA. Our RNA will be changed. We have a chip into that mRNA vaccine. So many misbeliefs were there, and to dispel those things, that is also a requirement of a time. So I think there are many challenges which I have just reiterated, not in terms of that manufacturing capacity or
having a supply chain or in terms of that, but is a process. If any new vaccine has to be introduced in the country, they have to pass through that phase, and then the demand of the public actually. We have seen that during the COVID time, the COVID-19, the Covaxin or a Covishield or a Moderna or so many other vaccines like they have come in Jamo, Covax and OMs, all those vaccines they have come up, and we have seen that experience of that time. So it depends upon the public awareness, acceptance, and the challenges which I have highlighted. So that is all about the newer vaccine, how we can move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pawan. I think very insightful, and totally understand how programs have to look at all the angles before they consider a vaccine to be part of the routine immunization, which has to be sustainable. The coverages should be high, the cold chain should be maintained, vaccine safety surveillance needs to be in place. So there are multiple angles on which we have to consider, So colleagues, having heard from all our distinguished panelists and very thought-provoking issues that they brought forward, I would request finally Dr. Rajiv to give your views, having heard all these comments. So what are your views on the way things should move forward in terms of expedited approvals for vaccines or new technologies to come into play and preparedness of countries for a future pandemic? Because as we said, the time is now, and having heard from manufacturers, from programs, from regulators. So Dr. Rajiv, your final thoughts.
So I think one common theme which is coming out of this discussion is collaboration. Everybody has talked about collaboration, and it has established now not only in vaccines, but the way the world has moved in last so many years, and the way it has shrunk in true sense. I think collaboration has given answer to many problems, and this is one of those problems which actually cannot be solved. In fact, it's not like it can be solved. It's actually it cannot be solved unless until we collaborate in advance to solve the problem. That is one. Second is these kind of discussions where organizations like WHO, CRO, or maybe CAP, or maybe any other organization, they are doing a wonderful job of bringing the problem at the center stage and bringing different stakeholders on the same platform and getting this discussion done, putting everybody in a thoughtful mode, so that everybody thinks that how do we bring that solution in as early as possible mode. So that is the second theme which is coming out of this discussion. We also have to understand, and from these kind of discussions one thing comes out, is that the whole world in many cases has common concerns. And for common concerns there would be a common solution. And to get the common solution, different people and different organizations have to again collaborate. Then only the common solution will come. So now as we see and analyze more and more, looking at the past some years, every problem in the world is actually becoming a common problem for us. And that is why, be it dengue, be it COVID, be it chikungunya, in healthcare especially, if you see, everything is like a common problem for everybody. And beyond this also, the world has become so integrated that one thing happening in one corner of the world is actually impacting the other corner of the world. Not only in healthcare, we have the live example of tariff. So the answer again is we have to keep on discussing about how do we come together, how do we collaborate, how do we find a solution through a common discussion. And of course the theme, another theme which is coming out is the advanced planning. We have to talk and we have to do advanced planning, otherwise it will be too late. And probably this is the right time when the iron is hot. Everybody is talking about advanced planning, everybody is talking about collaboration, everybody is talking about finding a solution together. So I think not a better time to get going. And one more thing which I find is we are talking of collaboration, we are talking of we need to basically create a framework. But I'm not seeing that happening on paper basically. We are talking, that's very good. I think we have to move to the next stage and finalize that who will do what, right? Because I also see that for these, if we, the way we are talking, the way we are discussing, the way we are planning, probably we should not become overcapacity also. So we need to have that rational discussion that how much is required, what is required, and who will do what. We have to graduate to that situation, leaving the thought of that I am India, I am Indonesia, and I am China. I think we will repeat some of the issues which we faced during COVID if we don't correct that. So, and at the end, I think science is amazing, and all of us have faith in science. So let's keep on investing in sustainable science, and we will have solution to everything. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. So colleagues, as we conclude our today's enriching and thought-provoking discussion, there are very clear thematic areas which came out, and Dr. Rajiv very nicely summarized them. So what I would suggest is, let's continue this momentum from here. It's not that we have one-off talk and discussion. Let's carry it forward and see where and when, how we can collaborate and make things better and be better prepared and be ready for our future world, you know. I would like to extend my warm thanks to all the panelists as well as all the audience who came and sat patiently and with limited time. I think this was excellent. We'd also like to thank our co-sponsors, CEPI, for their contribution and their hosting of this event out here. And we look forward to working with all of you today. And we are open to work with manufacturers, with NRAs, with partnerships, with programs. And WHO, as we say, my boss used to say, has to be an honest broker to get the people on the table and discuss the problem and find a solution for the humanity, for our people, for our children, for whatever is the cause. Get the partners on the table and make them talk in advance, because then you will get the solution, and that's how things will move forward in it. So once again, a big thanks to all of you, and wish you a good evening and happy day. Yeah, we would like to have a group photo, but I don't know how it has to be organized. Yeah, let's have one. Please do come forward. Thank you.